on the mics.
Are you on the mic? How's that one? There, is that it? There we go.
Yes. So the first order of business is election of officers. First is the president. I'll take nominations for the president.
I'll make a nomination for Pastor Hobbs for president.
I'll second. I'll accept.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion for vice president.
Make a motion for Dave Riss to be vice president.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good morning, everybody. Before we get started, I've got something I want to say. Good, bad, or indifferent. I'm going to, it's going to be kind of a lengthy meeting. We got a lot to go through. I'm not here in any way to upset the apple cart with anybody, but I'm going to. It's just the nature of the beast. Not everybody's going to be happy, not everybody's going to be sad. I'm sure there'll be some questions about some of the decisions that we're going to make, not only in this meeting, but in the meetings to come. The older I get, the more emotional I get. I guess it just comes with age and wisdom and knowledge. But I base my faith off of God being in control, because He is. We're just here to do His will and try to make the best of a community that is falling apart. I've sat here for 17 years, coming and going to different meetings, served 8 years as a sheriff, and believe me, my hat's off to the sheriff and what he's got to go through now and stuff. It's not all it's cracked up to be. It's a huge task, but everything is a huge task. The thing that I've seen in the last several years of coming to the meetings and stuff like that is the discord, a dislike between employees, whether you're elected, appointed, whatever, is turned into a hatred, and it's going to end. And the reason I say that is we are a team here together. Just because I'm the president makes me no better than anybody out there in the crowd. 3 sitting commissioners do not have the answers for 22,000 people in this county. We don't. We was elected to serve the people, and that's exactly what we're going to do. The people have a voice. Your taxpayers. You have a voice in every commissioner's meeting. That's only right. I expect your ideas, your vision, your goal, and your solutions to some of the problems that we have. Because rest assured, these 3 men sitting up here don't have the answers to all of them. A lot of you out there has got some good ideas how we can move forward with certain things and different things, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Let me put my glasses on, I probably read my own writing a whole lot better. Proverbs 29:18. Now, whether you're faith-based or not, that's entirely up to you. But I live off my faith for God to guide me. It says, where there is no vision, the people perish. But he that keepeth the law, happy is he. There's a lot into that scripture, and this county is going to have a vision for everybody. Not just for self-centered, seeking, thumb-sucking, selfish people. I won't tolerate it. I'll tolerate rude behavior on nobody. A lot of things have been said and done that's been unfair to a lot of people. I have with me today a mountain of stuff that has come from county employees, current and former employees. Some legitimate complaints, find out about the others. I'm in no way here to tell anybody to pack up and get going. if you're not doing your job that's required of you, there's gonna be a problem. That's all there is to it. County employees are your biggest liability, but they are also your biggest asset. We're gonna work together as a team. I do want to say, and this is just my opinion, that the commissioners have no authority over elected officials. None. We're here to work together with elected officials, the county council, the town council, so on and so forth. We have no authority over you. I can't tell you how to run your office, how to arrange your furniture, what pictures to hang on the wall, or who you work, who your employees are. That's not our jurisdiction. We're going to stay in our lane. You're elected for a reason to run your office the way you see fit. Elected people. Sheriff probably knows that better than anybody. Appointed people. You're appointed for a reason. Because we believe in you. Is that correct? You just have a job to do. You're appointed by the commissioners under the direction of the commissioners. But in no way are we going to interfere unless we are asked by the appointed people to do so. You have a business to run, you have offices to run, you have employees to hire, you have employees to get rid of, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. That is your responsibility. If you need guidance from the commissioners, please come and ask us. We're just a phone call away. Everybody agree with that? Everybody? If you have a question while I'm speaking or anybody speaking, raise your hand. Comments don't have to be at the end of the meeting. If we're discussing something, raise your hand, and I'll try to explain it the best that I can, or these other two commissioners. Gary's been around for 6 years now as commissioner.
A little over, yeah.
Lower. Been through a lot of stuff, seen a lot of stuff, done a lot of stuff, he's got a lot of knowledge. I'm new at this part, but I'm not new at being around here. I've seen how some people have been treated and mistreated. Rest assured one thing, that's coming to an end, like real soon. Appointments, liaison appointments, stuff like that will not happen until February. There is a reason for that. And I can't go into total detail about that, but it's a legal problem. Because there's some things facing this county that's going to be revealed in the next 30 to 60 days that could change the whole outlook on certain things. Everybody understand where I'm coming from there? Okay? So, the only liaison today that I'm going to make a motion to approve is two. At the moment, this is Dave Risch to be the liaison of the county highway. Gary cannot do that because his wife works there. So I want to, and Sheila, I'm probably out of line about what doing this. Does it make any difference?
No, you just.
Good. If I get out of sorts, I'm gonna get squared away, okay? So that'll come up later. I'll be the liaison for the auditor's office because there's going to be a lot of paperwork, transferring back and forth. The rest of the elected officials, you have 3 county commissioners sitting here in front of you. You decide who you want to call at this point. This will change, but at this point, elected officials, you can call either one of us up here. Ask any questions you want at any given time. I want to be as fair about this as I can, but there's some issues that are at hand that's going to be addressed by the county attorney. And whatever the decisions that he makes towards this is what we'll follow. but that won't happen today. It's gonna take some time. I think by the first meeting in February, I'm hoping that we'll have that under control and everybody have their liaisons and appointed people and stuff like that. If it works out, great. If it don't, we'll inform you at the first meeting in February.
Sam, you care if I touch on that real quick?
Go ahead.
In the years past, you're right, people's called whoever they can get a hold of or deal with the situation. You did the same thing when you used the sheriff's department. You contacted whoever you could get a hold of at the time, and that absolutely works out fine, so.
Yeah. The appointed people, other than Greg, at this time, you'll call me at the moment. Does every appointed people understand that? Okay. This will change, but all elected officials and stuff like that, call either one of us. And I'm not doing this to dog anybody, but until I get the answers to what I need answers to, good, bad, or ugly, that's the way we're gonna be. Is the commissioners agree to that, okay? At this time? Do we have to motion all this stuff, or can we just, that's what we're gonna do. When we, tell me, do we need?
I would say go ahead and make a motion just because, yes, please.
We're gonna make a motion then that, liaison for the auditor's office will, and the appointed people will be myself. Dave Risk will be the liaison to the county highway. All elected officials liaison will be all three commissioners. At this time, this will change. I am not staying in order, sorry.
Is that a motion that you made? Or you-
Yeah, I made the motion, anybody want to say something? Sorry, you guys just gonna have to bear with me, okay?
How about all in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Everybody? Okay, good. Approval of minutes. I got
Green tab.
a green tab.
Nope,
Which one?
that pile.
This one? This one. I have mercy. I'm going to hire a personal secretary. If anybody wants to apply, please let see me. I make a motion that Gary Burton will have to approve the minutes for this because Dave and I were not sitting commissioners. I make a motion for Gary Burton to approve the minutes from December 10th, 2024.
December 18th.
18th.
Says December 10th.
Mine
Approval
says
of
the
minutes,
18th.
December 10th.
It'll be the 18th.
Here's what I got, Sam.
Excuse me, my apologies. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's already been approved, December 18th. Make a motion, Gary Burton, approve the minutes of December 18th, 2024.
And I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You gonna sign all this stuff now or wait till then?
If you sign it and pass it down, he
Have
left
mercy.
it down there. Unless you want to stay another hour to sign stuff.
No, I don't.
Yeah, from past experience, keep it moving. We'll be here after the meeting signing papers all day.
No, don't wanna do that. Okay. Now this is the claims, right, Sheila?
This is payroll,
Payroll.
this is regular claims, this is out-of-cycle claims.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve payroll December 27th, 2024, an amount of $283,959.42. Call for a second.
Second.
What was that again, Sam? I'm sorry.
The payroll for December 27th, total of $283,959.42.
Okay, you're gonna do these separate instead of the whole.
You want to do them all together?
That's the way we've done it in the
Okay.
past.
It's your top sheet.
That's fine.
there.
It's got a total here at the
I'm
bottom.
just signing away. I don't even know what I'm signing. Probably get in trouble for that.
So you have, there's the top cover sheet there, shows what your payroll, your regular claims, and your out-of-cycle claims are, and this is your total amount, and they all are pending State Board of Accounts audits.
See that green
Okay.
number?
So if you
Yes,
read that
okay.
green number
Got
total,
it, thank you. Back up here, I make a motion that we approve payroll for a total of $283,959.42. Regular claims for $501,574.31. Out-of-cycle claims, $323,208.63. Call for a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry. Now, there's another one. Where's another one? This is it here, the out-of-cycle.
This is regular, and these are all outside. There's a sign here, tab on all of them.
That's correct.
Is that correct? And
If
these are all
you don't want me to help you, you say so.
Yeah, help me. I need help.
We all do.
Now, these are, every one of these are
All
out-of-cycle.
those need
All
signed.
of
Those
these,
are
for
all.
the love of God. See, if I had a secretary, somebody get a stamp. I'll just get a stamp, got my name on it.
Can we order them?
Yes,
Yes.
get over the stamps, got my name on it.
If we
She
use
better
a-
not. We asked her 4 years ago, never got them.
So if we use a stamp, we have been told by the state that I still would have to initial them. It just, because I'm attesting, so I promise I will.
As long as those stamps stay in your office
Okay.
and come to the meetings. I mean, what do you think, Owen?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. While he's signing those, I'm gonna go ahead and jump down to the WOW financial reports and state approved budgets. In your pile, you would have something that looks like this, Sam and Dave, which is your monthly financials of all your funds in the far columns of what the balances are. I also provided you copies of the commissioners and your cum cap fund, the budgets that were approved by the state, so you know what's in their line items. If you wish, I will print you out a copy of all the county budgets, so you can look at them when you want, but you're talking a stack this thick. If you want your appointed departments' budgets to oversee, which I know in the past the commissioners wanted the highways and those that are in there, so I will get those to you if you want. And you all three have already indicated you want stuff printed out. I will still have to send the email as official notification, and then I will print your packets and put in your trays down there for you to pick up. We were lucky, the state came back and approved some of the budgets that initially were not when the 1782 was being processed. It's a good thing, or the highway would have no money, but we got things worked out and came through. As far as the claims process,
Don't want to interrupt her at all, but pay real close attention to what she's getting ready to say, because we'll not defer from what she's getting ready to say. Sorry, Chief.
on the claims ends of things, again, it's important to get them turned in a timely manner, not hold them for months at a time. Please look at your LAO funds and make sure at least monthly that you do not have any line items that are in the red. I spent 2 full days going through and getting everybody out of the red. The last 2 days of the year made it tough in getting them done. There's some budgets that you have to wait until the last, and I get that. We will get, once the commissioners get their meeting schedule permanently, January and February, they are meeting on Thursdays. It's my understanding, starting in March, they're going to transition to first Monday mornings, this third Monday in the evening meetings. So we'll have to get a new schedule and packet when claims are due or when your payroll and things are due. Right now, just call if you're in doubt. If we don't have it, when we get ready to have to make the docket for the commissioners, we'll call you and give you a chance to get them pulled together. Have to make sure we get them, and we get them by the deadline dates so that we can get them processed for the departments. It's getting tougher. We got more funds and more grants, and it just makes it easier. And the staff, and Dee is the only one processing most of them, and we finally have a full staff back as of yesterday. So that'll help some. Don't hesitate to call anytime. I know there's reasons. If you can't get something in or it needs to be the next morning, just give us a call. But we want to make sure that we're keeping things moving forward as much as we can. And don't hold them. if there's a reason you're holding them, you need to make sure that the commissioners are aware of it. The State Board of Accounts says, no, we're getting written up by the state because as we speak, she's sitting in our office. So we just got to make sure that we're processing claims in a timely manner and we're getting them and being able to get them out and get the dockets to the commissioners. Please and thank you.
And there's claims that gets turned in after the deadline and stuff like that. We need to keep things on cycle for the auditor's office. They got rules and regulations, how they operate, stuff like that, so claims need to be turned in at the proper time. If you turn the claim in late, too bad. It won't be approved on that cycle, it'll be approved next cycle. But one of the issues that we have, and Gary is highly aware of this, is out-of-cycle claims. So let's talk about that for just a second. Yes, howdy.
Sam?
Yes, Joe.
So outside vendors such as myself, am I to present my invoice to the auditor's office directly?
Yeah.
Or to the department head? Because I
To,
can see how it would get lost if I give it to the department head. Would it be better if inside vendors take their invoices right to the auditor?
well, no, I think the department heads need to see it, because if you're doing work for a certain
I
area,
understand.
you get to the department head. The department heads, once they get the claim on their desk, and stuff like that, need to go through that claim, get it turned in, so it's on the appropriate cycle. Local vendors, local contractors, I'm big on this, and we use a lot of local contractors for different things. Make sure your local contractor is aware of this. Claims are turned in twice a month. They're no different than nobody else. Process the claim according to the claim cycle, and not because somebody has done something and they make a phone call and said they want to check. It's not going to work that way anymore. Emergencies, we have emergencies. Things happen. But in the process of everyday business, whether it's local contractors outside or anybody else, they're turning their claims in the way they're supposed to, and they're going to go through the claim cycle. We prove a ton of out-of-cycle claims, it seems like. And Gary's brought this up before in the past that we need to eliminate this, so we eliminate it today. Other than the claims that have to be paid, Sheila, like utilities, credit cards and stuff like that, they gotta be paid. The credit card issue is another issue while we're on claims. Not gonna mention no names in this meeting because I've been instructed not to. I'll try to refrain from it. Credit cards. Different people's got credit cards. That don't bother me any. The credit card bills get paid once a month, is that correct? If you don't turn your credit card claim in on time, you will not have a credit card. Everybody understand? Pretty simple. Because we only have how many credit cards?
At the moment, the highway, sheriff, dispatch, and EMS are the only 4 out there, and they're $2,000 limits.
Yes.
The other cards that Gary had brought up at the December 18th meeting, he wanted his name off his stuff. Unfortunately, because it was at the bank, they closed both credit cards, so we currently do not have a second card. Matter of fact, unfortunately, I'm going to ask for 2 out of claim cycles because 2 individuals were given cards yesterday and they ended up having to pay for themselves because they were declined when they went to make their purchases. So I'm asking permission, which needs to be a motion, to go to the other banks around here and see what we can find for credit cards and get them. We don't want them. We got to have one for conferences, and then we need one for everyday uses. So, but they also have to be applied under the Owen County government, which is our tax ID numbers and those. The problem with the last 2 that we had, it had mine and Gary's name personally is how they issued them. So if anything happened, we were responsible for it. If anything happens out there, or a lot of places questioned how comes people were using cards with other people's names. So we're looking for those where we can get them where they just have Owen County government on them, but they will still be issued to the county. It will require a commissioner's signature along with mine in order to get them eventually. But as of right now, those are the only cards that exist, and we might have to borrow 1 or 2 of them to get everybody through until we can get new ones.
Is that something that you're working on to try to get different cards from different banks, or is that
I need a motion for you guys to allow me to do that.
I've got a motion and everything.
Gotta be voted on.
I thought common sense was, no. I make a motion for Sheila to, I don't know what you want me to say, check into getting the new credit cards where it says business names on it and not, individual names, is that correct? So the 2 cards that Gary closed out, what cards was they for?
Which bank were they for?
Yes.
People's.
But what was the cards, I mean, what was,
They were the Visa cards, and there were 2 cards, and they were used for everyday general purposes, and one
Auditor's
was
office used
for,
those cards.
there was one that was signed out by the department, the other one was used for nothing but actual conferences and things like that.
okay. Well, I make a motion for Sheila to proceed to get, government credit cards from whatever bank that she can, and
I second.
I'm gonna add to that motion a little bit. Make sure that those cards do not have individual names, that they have departments, as in county commissioner or county auditor. That's what we requested when we went and did the last ones, and that particular bank would not allow that. It may be something new that they will not allow that, I don't know, but putting individual names on that puts them responsible. So, anyway.
Alan?
Before you take a vote on that, are you gonna look into the possibility of distributing cards a little bit more appropriately, or, I mean, obviously, I would think that every department would need to have one. I can't imagine why dispatch needs a credit card. But I personally had to pay a bill through my program at the health department for $12,000 a couple of years ago because there was no credit card available. So I paid the tax on that, the whole 9 yards and everything else. So I would ask that you at least consider.
Here's the way I look at it. Each department, has their own needs and concerns that I probably may not be aware of some of them. And if somebody is needing a county credit card, I think you need to, bring to us in writing. If you don't have one, anybody new that's needing one, just draft something up and why you're saying you need it, and give us a good explanation, bring it before the board, and we'll make a decision on it. That fair enough?
Alan, was you repaid on that?
Yeah, everything was taken care of. And I'm not trying to be, and I'm not trying to be misleading, nothing particular with my program, but I mean, you know, Christine would have taken care of it from the health department, I believe, had she had a credit card, which, you know, there's tons of money that goes through the health department itself. I understand Ryan needs one, Greg needs one, Chris needs one, but,
Well, as you know, a few years ago, the credit card business around here ran wild.
yeah.
And that's why it was brought under control.
Yeah, so we do have to keep it in control and under control, but.
I would like for the health department to have their own, if that's possible. I mean, I'll find out the information. They have so many projects going on, day, night, weekends, that they need access to be able to get stuff. Their bills would still be turned in, they would still be processed through us, but I do agree that because they have so many projects going on, that they be allowed their own.
So when you're saying that, Sheila, are you wanting the health department to go apply for their own card, or you're still wanting to do that through your office? Okay. Want to make sure that we understand that. Okay.
So,
We got a motion on the floor and it's been seconded, so.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I got a claim here that I have pulled, and I'm going to ask some questions about it. Mr. Lowe, you're here? And this is for Mr. Lowe and Mr. Burton. And Sheila, please help me with this, because Matt Miller will tell you I am not the sharpest tool in the shed. You got an opening there, Matt, go ahead with it.
This meeting's recorded, right?
I'll say it again. I believe there's a county ordinance that states that the commissioners cannot spend over $5,000. Is that correct, Sheila?
This is the departments. Departments can't spend over $5,000 without commissioner's approval.
Okay. The claim that I pulled here, so Gary and Joe, please explain this to me. Why in the world did the commissioners, and did this come before the commissioners, or is this a decision made outside of the commissioners meeting? Why did we drywall over the historical brick on the west walls of the courthouse?
Steve called and the mortar was falling out of the joints. He's maintenance. He had called and asked if he could get estimates on it. I told him to go ahead, and he had the money in contract services, and that's why, because the moisture from the backside of that was causing the bricks to fail. That's according to Machango Construction.
Good.
So I agree, the bricks look nice, but it was a safety issue. I had heard complaints from Maryland about all the mortar and the sand on the floor.
That's what they have brooms and shop vacs for. That's just I understand where you're coming from.
Right.
The
This
issue-
come from the maintenance man.
The issue that I got is I've been, the brick itself is part of the historical building of the courthouse. It's part. I talked to the historic people, and people have raised some questions why we didn't just repair the brick, remortar it, seal it, to keep the brick look, because it is changed not so much the structure, but the appearance of the integrity of the courthouse itself. Would you agree with that?
Did you originally tear the drywall off that was there, or plasterboard,
It's been brick for there since.
before you were maintenance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Joel,
Yes, sir.
what's your opinion here on this? We discussed
I
this.
can't really ever recall being involved in any decision-making on that. However, if Steve deemed it necessary for safety purposes and whatnot, that possibly could have gone another route, probably far more expensive, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, I think it was something that just, for me, because I've had some concerns about it, and it was a concern to me when I went up. I mean, did we get any estimates for having it retuck pointed and mortared and rebricked or anything like that?
You'll have to get with Steve on that. He just brought to our attention, again, he's a maintenance man, he felt that it was a safety concern.
Okay,
So I told him to go ahead and move forward as he seen fit.
okay. I just want to get clarification on that, because we'll be addressing this here probably in the next month, because some historical people they want it took down and put back to the way it should have been, or the way it was. So we're gonna have to address that issue and get a cost on that. We spent $5,200 is what this claim is for, to drywall over it and do, nothing against Machango, but we spent $5,200 on drywall to cover this up, and if it's a safety issue, I totally understand that, but I think we should have looked into what it would cost to repair the brick, to left it at its historical look. Does anybody out there got any?
It had some moisture issue, and I'm not defending any of it. I'm not the maintenance man. Steve's, they've got moisture barrier behind it because it had moisture coming in from outside. That's
Okay.
what was causing the mortar to deteriorate. So it does have a moisture barrier up against it now. Again,
Okay.
I'm not the maintenance guy.
Sure. And I know, folks, please bear with me for the first couple meetings, I get out of line about stuff, but when it comes to local contractors, Joe Fry, you're here? And Joe has brought this up several times, and I've heard it in commissioners and council meetings and stuff like that. We are going to utilize as much local contractors as we possibly can. Why? They live here. They pay taxes here. They buy groceries here. They buy fuel here. Kids go to school here. Stuff like that. We should give local contractors the first absolute opportunity to do any county work necessary. Anybody out there got any questions? Any concerns? Anybody agree? Raise your hand. I want the public to raise your hand.
I think we all agree.
Okay.
All right.
So be it. If you got a job that needs done here in this county, and Greg, I know you have to use a lot of different people, get with your local contractors. We got excavators, plumbers, electricians, we got it all here in this county. Now, if it's something that somebody can't do, we got Brett Levy, he was out there, HVAC guy. Is he still there?
There it is.
Ralph Swartz, Jones, excavators, we got tree trimmers, electricians. They should get the benefit of working in their own county. Now, they should have the opportunity to bid on projects and stuff like that. If they refuse to bid, then so be it. But they will get the opportunity. We need to spread that out a little bit. Everybody okay with that? Good.
And paid in normal cycles.
Paid in the normal cycles, yes, absolutely. Okay, we done take care of the credit cards and old business, American legal status. Somebody help me with this, please.
This is the codification that was approved several years ago, that American Legal is the company that goes through and puts all the county ordinances and resolutions into a manual for everybody. Dana was working on it. He did send an email yesterday that he was working with them, but they're still out. They should, when it is done this time around, be caught up through 22, 3, and 4. Should all be included. Now, if you guys wish to continue it, that's fine. If you want to quit, it would require a decision. Not that I want to discuss today, we need to get it and do it. The problem that we're having is when people ask for ordinances and it's a legal process, they have to have a signed copy. The codification manual does not, even though it is what was reflected in the dates and things, it still is not. It's big, thick manual daily getting changed in. Every time you guys do an ordinance, we have to send it off or we have to group them together, playing catch up. But Dana did go through and get them all written, even in the format that American Legal wanted. And again, he assured me last night that he has it with him, and we hopefully will have the updated copies shortly.
Okay,
Jim Bryan originally, he started this because we had several ordinances that hadn't been codified for years. Took them almost a year, I think, to get it done. And as Sheila just said, as we do ordinances throughout the years, those pile up, and if they don't get done annually, and that's what's happened here, we've got 2 or 3 years worth of ordinances.
okay, so I'm going to make a brief motion. We're going to table this for just a little bit here today, then bring it back up to the table. Okay, table it for just an hour or so till I get into new business, because there's a reason I'm tabling. We're gonna put it on hold. I don't need a motion for this. We're putting it on hold till later today.
Yeah, not this evening.
Yeah, no.
It could be all day. It could be all day. I got thermos, and we got donuts coming.
Yeah. Pizza, donuts, you're here?
Yes.
Adjourn. If you guys want a donut, get a cup of coffee, make yourself at home, feel free. It's gonna be a great day. Environmental report. Ms. Reed?
This was part of the jail project report that we were waiting for a copy. Dana did send a copy yesterday. It is pretty lengthy. I will be more than happy to email it to anybody if they want it. We have had a couple public records requests for it. I will print it out and make one manual available in the office if anybody wants to come and review a hard copy.
Good. I want to call it the environmental report. I got it, but Sheriff White, I don't know if you have a copy. Do you have a copy of the environmental report? We need to make sure the sheriff has a copy of the environmental report. All commissioners, you, one in the office for people to look at, and the county attorney.
Yeah, it's about a 250 plus page document.
Great. That book.
It is.
Sam,
Yep. Yes.
could I have one also?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Any of the council members want the environmental report? Yeah. And thank you,
the
Paul and Joel,
RDC
for
received those. I think the RDC received those.
Set them
We
right.
already- okay.
set them
I-
in front of the public, that way they can,
You want me to sit in front of you?
no, please don't.
Sure.
We wouldn't be able to share them.
Everybody help yourself. Okay. You get one yet, Joe?
No,
You need one, buddy.
that goes.
New business.
We're not done yet.
Well, no, you can't run a train on no fuel.
Look here.
Thank you.
Got paid for it.
Matt, it's okay, buddy, go ahead and get your cup. Get one in each hand. Okay. New business. See, we're moving along all right. It's only 20. How many donuts we got?
I didn't buy the donuts, brother.
That's it?
Huh?
Gary, like donut before you go on?
Before I do what?
Have one donut?
No, I'm good. I had breakfast before I got here.
Okay. We're going on to new business, and this is where the rubber is going to meet the road for some of you. It's unfortunate, extremely unfortunate, that not everything is good news, but it's part of the business. The attorney contract review. We've been through this for a couple months. The current attorney is not here today. He is sick. We wish him the best in his recovery. But folks, if I can you find anything I'm looking for, Sheila?
I have no idea what you want. Are you looking for his contract?
Yeah, I had it here, I got it here. Bear with me, people, just a moment. Here it is. Dana's not here today, but we have to proceed with business. This has been discussed briefly in a couple commissioners' meetings. The contract that the current attorney has is a week-by-week basis at the moment. I feel in my heart of hearts, and Joe Lowe, you're still here. Mr. Kerr had a contract in 2022. It's right here. Decent contract. Then there was another contract presented to us in the commission meeting. Don't tell me what meeting it was, I don't remember. That I cannot approve or will not approve.
And wasn't.
And wasn't, so it got put to the side. I met with Mr. Kerr in December, late December, and he asked me if we could go to a week-by-week basis with him until we made our decision on what we're going to do. And I told him, yes. I have to get my calendar here. That's 2024. Let me put my calendar.
That's what you need, Sam's the 18th was that last meeting. Sheila's shaking her head just to
18th?
help you.
Okay.
It's in minutes.
So, I have met, I've discussed this, and Mr. Kerr's last day will be January 31st, the last day of this month. I'm not going to sit here and badmouth him, run him down, or anything like that. He did what he did and done what he done for what he thought was right. He's an attorney. I do feel, and I believe, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Mr. Kerr was led down a couple roads that he shouldn't have had to go down. That's my 2 cents worth. I think if Mr. Kerr had things to do over again, they would be done different. Once again, this is my opinion and not the opinion of all the board members sitting here. But with that being said, I make a motion to relieve Mr. Kerr of his county duties on January 31st. I make that motion.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
I wish he was here today. I would like to talk to him, but since he's not, he will be back. This is not the end of this story. You understand what I'm saying, Mr. Lowe?
Absolutely.
You understand what I'm saying, Greg? Some other people out there understand what I'm saying? Everybody understand what I'm saying? This is not the end of this. If he was here today, we could take care of some business. With that being said, he's not, so we'll meet up with him hopefully at the next meeting. With that being said, Mr. Tony Overholt, you here today, sir?
I am.
Would you, I'm not very good at this, sir. Could you briefly describe to the people here and to the commissioners what your line of work is and what you do, and just, if you would, please.
For those who don't know me again, I'm Tony Overholt. I'm an attorney with Ross Brown Todd in Indianapolis. I've been an attorney for a little over 30 years, and during over 30 of those years, I have represented local government. That has been local government, county government, state government, in all kinds of things. Litigation matters, assisting bodies like this, commissioners, council members, in all sorts of things, whether it's drafting contracts, budget issues, again, litigation, that sort of thing. Litigating cases in federal courts, in the U.S. Supreme Court once. Done a lot of things when it comes to local government. So that's kind of my background.
I've met with Mr. Overholt, thank you, sir. Dave and I met with him, spoke to him. For everybody out there, so transparency, he is also the county council's attorney. He comes highly recommended. I did a little bit of my investigative work, sir. Not that I'm a detective by no means. Chief Miller will tell you that. I did ask around about a few things. He comes highly recommended. The one thing that I liked about some of the things that I found out about Mr. Overholt is even though he is going to represent these county commissioners, he will tolerate absolutely no rude behavior out of county commissioners. Is that correct, sir?
That is.
That's what we need. The commissioners need to be held accountable for their actions, just like the council. He's a good council attorney. As elected officials, we have to be held responsible for the actions that we make for the 22,000 people in our county, correct? The reason I put a couple things on hold is all this and all the other stuff that I got, I have now to give him. He gets to go through page by page and spend county money, going through things that have happened in the past. He'll get into it when he can. He'll dissect it, and he'll report back to us. Now, I'm not an attorney. I was only about a B- sheriff. But I surrounded myself with people who knew a whole lot more about law enforcement than I did. Is that correct, Mr. Chief Deputy Miller? I say so. Because guess what? That's what you need attorneys for. So I make a motion, and me and Mr. Overholt and Dave has talked about this, to hire Mr. Overholt for 6 months to see whether he likes us. Not whether we like him, whether he likes us.
Are you talking about a month-to-month contract, a 6-month contract?
6-month contract, I think we need to give him that. And Mr. Overholt, if you would please, I know you don't have a contract with you today because we hadn't done the preliminaries yet. I'm sure you could draft up something for us for 6 months. We talked about this.
Yes, sir.
And we're gonna see where we're at as far as the cost and what he's dug into and what he's took care of and what he's going to take care of, and we'll cross that bridge in 6 months to see where we're at. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name's William Gant. I'm the vice chair of UDO Advisory Committee. And one of the problems we've had is the fact that with the current attorney, he's been scheduled to be at meetings for the planning commission and advisory committee and never showed up. So whatever contract we do have, I would like something in there that states that you don't show up, you don't get paid.
Appreciate your, yes, Alan?
Will he be serving just for commissioners as we've had in the past, or will he still be with the council, with the commissioners? Will he be available for department heads to bounce things off of? or-
Well, I'll answer that question for you right now, Alan. He is still gonna be the attorney for the council. Polly? Joe?
I
mean-
just want to say something.
Yeah.
Tony is fantastic to work with. He has been wonderful for us, so I highly recommend him.
That'll be a council decision Monday night, of course. But to answer the second part of your question, and this is why I can't bring some things up, I have a motion on the table to hire Mr. Overholt on the 6-month agreement to see where we are and stuff like that.
Second.
Got a second by Dave. Joel?
Just out of pure transparency.
Yes.
What kind of costs you looking at for 6-month council,
Council?
legal
Come here.
counsel?
Let him answer that.
For right now, it's not clear to me exactly how much work I'll be taking on. So what I'll be doing is doing what I currently do for the council, which is billing by the hour.
And your
Right.
hourly rate is?
For this work, it'll probably be the same as I charge the council. I can't remember what my hourly rate is. It is it's around $350 to $375 an hour, I think. So it's what I currently do.
It is expensive, but we're paying $160,000 a year now for a commissioner's attorney, and you're paying 30, whatever, by the hour. You know, we got a couple $100,000 wrapped up in attorneys right now.
I think the council budgeted 40, that's 200
Yeah,
total.
so-
I'm asking because
Yeah.
it'll be asked later.
And that's the reason we're giving it a 6-month window, Joe, to see what kind of expense it is going to cost us, if it's feasible.
Sure.
But, and you know this as well as I do, you get what you pay for. And if he produces a quality service to us, then we'll set after the 6 months and talk about the agreement and make the price. I think that's only fair, but we have to give him the 6 months because rest assured one thing, he will probably not like me after today. Hope it doesn't work that way, sir, but, so we made a motion, everybody agreed to hire Mr.
We haven't taken a
Overholt.
vote.
They need to take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
3-0. Anybody out there good with that? Are you good with that? Are you good? Objection over here.
As the person who writes the checks.
Objection overruled.
Are there any boundaries? Or, do department heads, does everything come to you? Do we go, I don't want to overload the poor man.
We're not gonna overload it. For the time being, send your stuff to me, okay? And I'll address it with the commissioners. I don't want him getting 437 emails from department heads, employees, and armchair quarterbacks. We have some of those out there. Send it to me, I'll get it with the commissioners, and we'll dissect that for him, because he doesn't need to be inundated with all these emails from everybody. Now that you're part of, you can come up here and sit if you'd like to, sir. I will give you all this paperwork. You can take it from there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, welcome, Mr. Overhaul. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You can take this and we'll discuss this at your leisure. You will not like it. Yep. You leaving, Joe?
No, I was getting to see somebody out there.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking to a bigger room.
So Alan, to get back to your second part of your question, I've talked to Paulie about this, I've talked to Joel Fry, I've talked to Mr. Browning. Human Resources Administrator. It's coming, it's here today. Now, with that being said, this fine, outstanding gentleman will help deal with finding us a human resources administrator. I called him an officer and can't call him an officer, it's administrator. Gary has gave us, thank you, Gary has come up with a couple of different businesses and stuff like that to do this kind of work. I'm going to give this to this gentleman. Thank you.
One of those is actually Hamilton County. They have an application online right now for this position. Sam can attest to this. We've been working on this for over 6 years. Just never would get put together. For some reason, it does fall under the authority of the commissioners, and that was a problem for some people. We don't make those rules and statutes, the state does. But this should have been done a long time ago. And it puts all of our people in jeopardy.
And Paul and I, Joe, we've talked about this, Paul and I have talked about it in detail. And I talked to Mr. Overholt about this. A county attorney should never be your human resources officer. Look what it has done to us. Not saying anything bad about anybody. Mr. Overhaul made it perfectly clear that he would help us to facilitate this administrator and get things rolling in the proper perspective, but he would not have anything to do with being a human resources officer. Praise God. You got an attaboy for that help show.
So can I elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah,
We have had no human resource officer here in this county to support our employees or our department heads. So and Chris can attest to this, I know Sheila leaned on Dana a couple times with some employee issues. I know Greg has, I think every department here has. There was no one in our county to answer the legal issues outside of our policies. So that's why the commissioners, and all three of them, voted 2 years ago to have him oversee that, because they were calling him anyway to get legal information to deal with employee issues.
Well, I think the important thing to bring up, Gary, is when it was brought up, it was the biggest concern was funding such an individual.
Right.
Now, people can deny that all they want, and that's where the disconnect between your council or bench and council's bench fell apart. Something that was so direly needed within this county, couldn't find the money to do it.
Right.
That's the truth.
So it put this individual in a situation that he shouldn't have been in, but somebody had to answer those legal questions. And when these department heads call, Chris, for one, I don't mean to keep picking on you, but you had some issues down there outside the policy, and you had to have somebody to talk to. So, it was countywide.
Well,
But it should have never happened, but we had no choice because there was no money to fund it.
because,
Excuse me, can I at least defend the council? It was discussed, but it was never officially brought to us, so,
So it was never brought to you, Paul? It was never brought, that was never brought
Not
to you?
officially.
Okay.
I can personally tell you, not having this position,
Can you speak up a little bit? I have a
I
hard
can
time.
personally tell you, not having this person, if somebody really wanted to push things, could have cost this county hundreds of thousands of dollars. And additionally, with additional people that have been, let's see, not treated correctly or legally, I'd hate to guess. how much those people could have cost this county if it was all put together. This is the best possible move we could make.
And this is one of the reasons this is top priority, and Mr. Overholt knows this, that, and I've spoken to the council, and we can debate all day long about this. We're not debating it. It's an approved position by the commissioners. I'm sure the council. I want the council as involved with this as much as the commissioners are.
That's right.
Why? Because it affects everybody sitting here. It affects every county employee throughout Owen County. The commissioners and council are going to be involved hand to hand on this because we're coming to you Monday night for this position. Yes, it is an appointed position by the commissioners, and you know, it says in there, I don't need your approval. That is a crock of poo-poo. It may say that, but that's wrong. I should get the council's approval. I should ask them for the funding. We have to set a rate for this. How much are we gonna pay this individual? And no, it'll not be a county employee. Don't apply for it. It's not gonna happen. So who's, you know, how much we gonna pay? That'll be a decision we need to make between the commissioners and the council, which we're coming to you Monday night to ask, you know, let's set it up and let Mr. Overholt look into it and let him report back to us. This is the best bang for our buck. You get what you pay for. So I make a motion that we proceed with hiring a human resource administrator and take it to the council meeting on the 13th at 6 p.m.
I'll second that motion. We also will need a job description to go to the council as well as some type of salary. Polly Anton might be able to come up with that through Irwin, whatever it is, Wagner, Irwin, and Schmidt.
I have a question. I mean, if with the job description and everything, that would be a county employee, am I right? And you just said that it's not going to be, would it be a contract service or?
I may have overstepped what, you know me, I say anything, what comes out of my mouth, but I will let him fill that in the blanks there for that, and how it needs to be handled.
Okay.
And the reason I say the county employee, and nothing against county employees, but if you're a county employee, you know other county employees. I'm not coming to your office.
I think it needs to be outside.
I do too. I think it needs to be outside the box, because if you come, oh, that's my friend.
Right.
Well, no. So we'll let him dig into that, Mr. Overholt, and I'm sure he'll come back with some inspiring information. Are you planning on staying for 6 months, sir?
As of now, yes.
Okay.
Forever hold your peace. So, made a motion, all in favor? Aye. Okay, we'll bring it to the council on Monday night, and I appreciate the council helping us with this, and let's work agreement together. Well,
Sam,
yes,
Ernie Duval,
sorry, Ernie, yeah,
Jennings Township. With this new administration, are you going to update the employee's handbook?
Yeah.
Or create an employee's handbook?
yes,
We don't
sir.
have a bunch of employees running around claiming things that aren't?
Yeah, the employee's handbook is a wreck.
It's been a problem for 6 years.
Might as well just flush it in the toilet. The employee's handbook is no good to give to any employee because it's wrong. It's not correct. Yes, we're going to get a new employee handbook.
I'm sure HR will be involved in that.
Thank you.
Can they?
Yep.
With the Human Resources Officer, Sheila, here we go. The Human Resources Officer will also be, Sheila, correct me how I'm gonna say this, will be handling all the insurance for the county. All the insurance business. All of the insurance business. Correct, Sheila, is that? The
Is
Human
that
Resources.
health or is that liability and everything?
Everything. I want the what I'm trying to do is take away some of the workload from the auditor's office to human resources administrator to help us facilitate the insurance. I know you've been involved with the insurance for a lot of years and stuff, to facilitate our insurance, The employee's insurance, the company going to take that away from the auditor's office so they can focus more on payroll. It's a step. If it works, great. If it don't, we can always make an adjustment. Also, the human resources officer, and it's not on the list here, so, yes, go ahead, raise your hand high. Hello, Chrissy.
Hello. So I did have an ask for my, health clinic staff that, along with that human resources officer, that the drug screens be taken out of their hands. They are no longer comfortable.
That's on my list here too.
Okay.
The human resources officer, we have a clinic out here that we're trying to promote. As soon as the human resources administrator, we get them established, there'll be no county drug testing at the health department.
Thank you.
No more, ever, done. Everybody okay with that? We got a clinic out here. We got a clinic. If you're a new hire, you come in, you do your stuff, you go out there, and if you pass or fail, you pass or fail. That's not something I need to know. That'll go through your human resources officer. Okay? The commissioner's got enough on their plate. Let the human resource officer take over this, and once this happens, the health department will no longer be drug testing any county employee. Yes.
Will they be administering the drug tests randomly throughout all departments? Will they be, I guess, in charge of that, drawing names of random employees?
Yes.
In the entire county?
Yes.
So the department heads no longer have to.
Absolutely.
Fill out a hat?
You don't have, yeah. They can do that on their own. They can go down and pull out 5 names, this and this, and this who goes today. Because it will happen. And it's going to happen. The drug testing thing is a big issue. Safety and liability is huge in this county. The sheriff's office, highway, yes, Greg?
I don't know whether you're aware or not, but the highway department has to report to the federal clearinghouse to keep our CDL drivers in compliance with urine screening. So I feel like that'll go with human resources also.
Nope,
Take it
that's
out of
fine.
our hands because we administrate that now.
Yeah, take it out of your hands, give it to them, let them deal with it. It frees you up and frees anybody else up from having to pull names and doing what you need to do. There's going to be, the human resource officer will have plenty of time to do that. Anybody else got any questions? Everybody agree? Yes, hello there.
So this is just gonna be one person doing all of this, all of the insurance, all of the human resource
Yeah,
concerns, everything?
yeah.
One person.
But it's a full-time position, right? I mean, that,
I'll let him.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna let him pull the information for us and guide us through this. He'll be meeting with the auditor and discuss her needs. He'll also be meeting with Christie from the health department and transferring information about what she does and what she no longer gonna do, so on and so. So he'll have to help create this, and my look on it is, yes, this will be a full-time job. Now, if he comes to us and says, we can do this, this, or this, that's what we hired him for. So wait for him to get back with some good information for all of us, and we'll come back to a meeting. He'll present it to the public and everybody else, and we'll go from there. This, yes?
Well, my follow-up question is do we already have an office space for this person, or do we have to have funds to?
Well, you had to bring that up, didn't you? Yeah, well, yes, we are going to create a space here in just a little bit. Hang on for just a little bit longer, okay? Clerk, she had to leave. Yeah. Diane? And I'm sorry, I missed one, but I'm gonna bring Diane up. You leaving?
No, I'm gonna donut.
Grab two, they're small. Want to bring Diane up, I know you got a meeting to go.
Good morning.
Hello there.
I'm
How come you're the
here.
only one come up to the table? Excuse me, time out. Is that blue line still on the ground?
Yes, it is.
Greg, could you pull that up for me, please?
We don't have anybody videoing anymore.
Yeah.
Good job.
Know all about that. I can't even read my own writing. Sorry.
Beautiful day.
While he's doing that, if you feel like you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. If you don't want to wear a mask, don't wear a mask. You got a free choice. End of that.
Why I'm here is a copier. I need a colored black and white copier.
A little louder, please.
We have learned, this is a report that we run from Odyssey.
Right.
This is how it comes out. We have to send these to State Board of Accounts through Gateway. We can't change how this looks in black and white. This is what it looks like when we have colored.
It's pretty.
You can only read every other line on this one. So we've discovered all these reports I've turned in, we had to redo because we don't have colored and they can't read it except every other line.
Okay.
We tried to do, once we saved it, to lighten it, and all it did was distort it. So you couldn't read the numbers on that. So, and then we have, I mean, here's like another example from our election division that's really important on our forms that we use. Here's black and white, and we keep these. And here it is in color, so that we know what the important part of this that we have.
Okay.
And we have it, you know, stuff from the appellate court. We have all kinds of stuff that we need a colored printer.
It's a simple fix. We just change the contract from black and white to color.
Make a motion that she gets a colored copier, printer. I'm not kind of out of my wheelhouse, but
It will do both black, we'll do black and white when we don't need colored, and we'll use the colored when we
So
need
let's say
to shut
that
back.
machine's able to do that right now.
They'll have to get, no, they just got a new upgrade because of the contract that we have. Every 5 years, they get new machines. But it wasn't brought up when the contract was renegotiated that they needed a color. If they had, we could have done it at that time.
I was not aware that we were having new ones
speaking of
brought
that,
in.
I got just a
Got
tad
a
bit.
motion on the floor.
Oh, sorry, got a motion on the floor for her to get a color copier, printer, laser jet machine, or whatever you need.
Toshiba.
Do you want, yeah, do you want to let her, and I recommend we do, let her contact Toshiba and change that to color?
No, I thought we were out of it. It's all with the commissioners to do, the contract and
Yeah,
everything.
because
Well, the contract's already signed. All you gotta do is say we can approve it.
well, let's take care of the motion to get you a color printer, whatever you call it. I
It's
make
just
a
changing
motion.
the contract, right? It's just changing the contract and make it go color.
Correct.
Well,
Or do you want to
we're gonna talk about that too, but we need to approve her to get whatever she needs to get.
Black and
if we
white
have
colored printer.
Black and white colored printer thing. I'll make a motion, she gets a black and white color printer. Thanks. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
3-0.
Thank you.
Okay, now don't go nowhere, or you can kind of step off the side.
Okay.
All the department heads. I'm not a computer person, don't say a word, Matt, not a word. I don't know much about copiers, printers, and stuff like that. It's out of my wheelhouse. Okay, but we do have a contract with this Toshiba. The issue that I have with Toshiba is, for the department heads here, how many department heads, did Toshiba come and talk to you to see if you needed anything? Raise your hand if they did. Raise your hand if they didn't. I got a problem with that. I got a big problem with that. Gary knows exactly where I'm going with this. Gary's a salesman, he knows, or that's what your title is. If you're selling a product to somebody, if you're selling a product, you're a businessman, Joe. If you're selling a product to somebody, you want to go check on those people to make sure the product that you're selling them is worth the pot in, correct?
Correct.
Is that correct? Don't you think that Toshiba should have, I mean, this is a big contract, a lot of money. They should have went to every department head, took a few minutes and talked to the department heads to see if there's anything that they needed or how things was going or stuff and so forth. That is PP salesmanship. You guys know what that, go ahead, sir.
Your attorney has something.
The other thing is, it probably should be bid. It probably needs to be publicly bid.
It's a Sourcewell contract.
It's a what?
It's a Sourcewell contract. Yeah. They're the only ones in the state that has Sourcewell.
So, do you agree that they should have come to your department heads and asked you how things is going? Department heads are out here, please speak up. Right now is the time to speak up. Yes.
When I was treasurer, back in 2017, we had Toshiba, and I gave up my copier. I said, get it out of here, take it back. I will we'll go over to the auditor's office. I'm done. Shelley was my chief deputy at the time, trying to get toner, trying to get repair, trying to get anything, a person, the same person was horrible. We've got it now. When they came to deliver those, I did tell them I didn't want to switch because I was wanting a colored and black and white, and they wanted to know if the commissioners hadn't talked to me. Did they not talk to you before all this? And I said, no. No one had contacted me. And they said that they had to switch them because the lease that was signed.
Okay.
So they did.
And that's where I'm going with this, is, yeah, it's a commissioner's contract, but if you're a salesman, or that's what the term I'm gonna use, you should have had the opportunity to present, hey, this is coming up, we're gonna go talk to every department head to see what the departments need, if it's good, bad, ugly, or indifferent.
Well, we're having an issue with, I think we've got it resolved now with one of our printers that they changed the cartridge. And so, our machine wouldn't read it.
Okay.
So we had like 3 of them that kept coming, and we kept calling them, and we got pushback from it. It kept going to this level, to that level, and finally, I believe it was last week, they sent somebody out to actually look at it and said, yeah, this isn't, it's gotta have a certain chip, or it won't read it.
Okay, so, back to that, nobody raised their hand and said anybody come to represent. Greg, did you have a hand about something? About
I
that?
thought you were asking if
Yeah.
you can talk to her, would you like
So
to?
no-
I raised my hand.
nobody came.
Say no.
Rest assured, they're coming. Because they should go to the department heads that are using these machines to see if they're any good. It's no different than selling, like, Gary's in the tire business, he had a lot of customers. I'm sure he wanted these customers happy with the tires he sold, or whatever. So that is going to come up, but yes, get your colored printer.
And those complaints need to come to us so we know to deal
Yes.
with these contractors.
Now, in that contract that we have with them right now, is there a maintenance, or
There is a maintenance agreement in there, yes.
are they coming out and doing the maintenance on the equipment?
They do.
They do.
They do come and do some of the maintenance when we call, if there's an issue with something.
What I'm saying, do they have like a set time where they'll come in and check this, check that? Not just when they're called. I'm asking, do they come out and like do preventative maintenance on these machines?
If there's an update with something, yes, we'll see them and they'll look at everything at that time.
Well, we'll get a representative here, come in, meet with all of us, and, yes.
I will answer Dave's question, because I do have an answer to that. We have fits with the copier, because my building's so dirty.
I understand.
So.
That's why I'm asking, I want
Yeah,
to know
so
if
they
they come out.
do come to the garage on schedule. I can't tell you exactly what that schedule is, but they do that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. They don't do that for you though, here?
They come in, I don't always see them when they come
Okay.
in. This is just,
It's part of the contract.
I didn't know we were getting new copiers in, or I would have asked, but I just waited until the first of the year because,
Okay. Well-
And we've just had the issue with the park ring.
Yeah. Shelley,
So-
you had your arm back there an hour and a half. Go ahead.
I just kind of want to tack on to what Diane said in 17 we came in with Toshiba. It was horrible. I have a 3-ring binder with notations from how many times we contacted Toshiba, no return calls, no follow-up, nothing of that nature. But something new I would like to add, the Toshiba company came in and slapped their sticker on our receipt printers. Those receipt printers were bought with county money. Those are treasurer office printers. They're not copiers, anything of that nature. They are receipt printers only. I believe now we have lost all of those in the contract that was made. Those are $150 printers that the office buys when needed. On top of that,
Yeah, that shouldn't be
yeah, they're
happening.
not copiers.
So they put their sticker on your piece of
Yes, those were
equipment that you
borrowed
own.
supply money.
That should have never happened.
They're all
Yeah,
lined
that's-
up here too.
Here's that.
Now, is there a number on that, or are they trying, okay,
You sure you want?
part of their contract, will they also work on other pieces of equipment? In other words, like, it's gotta have a number on, we checked number so-and-so, we did that.
They
Is
will
that,
come and look at them, because the one that
why?
we had issues with.
that's probably why then, but we gotta ask them that though.
Right.
Yeah, but my understanding is, I mean, how does this work if we terminate them? Are they gonna take all of
No,
these?
they can't, them are ours. I mean, maybe that's just their number,
Here-
they shouldn't be able to take those.
Let's resolve this pretty easy. Let's set up a department head meeting with all department heads on a day after 4 o'clock when the courthouse is closed. We'll try to do this here next month or two. Let's sit down and talk about this stuff as a department head, as a unit. Council can come along, commissioners, and let's kind of squelch some of these things. I think the only way to do it is do it at a round table discussion. Okay? Bring up the concerns that's going on and stuff with whatever contract it may be. Let's just lay it out on the table. Is that fair to everybody? Yes.
Question, Sheila, do the vendors check in to the building? Department heads, do they check in?
Even a gas station has a sign-in book for a vendor. Those vendors ought to be signing in at her office or someplace, I'm trying to put words on the Sheila, sorry. They should be signing in somewhere before they go anyplace else within this building in any form. You'll have a printed record right there of when they're here, what they're doing, what they've done, what not, and everything else. That's a really simple fix as far as knowing when they're here and when they're not. Like Diane said, she knows that she looked in the office or
Yeah, that's
something.
never happened.
Whatever mystery, they're not going past security or somebody first and signing in.
So we need a vendor book then, saying you signed in at this time and you signed out at that
Like I
time.
said, with no disrespect, even the Circle K down here, you can't do anything in the building down there until you sign a vendor book and say you're in the building.
Okay,
I mean, that's something
that's a
that we
good
should be
idea.
doing.
That's a
I
good
hadn't thought about it, but you know, we can.
They can do it right there at security.
idea. Right.
And we need our vendors to work together. The issue specifically with the treasurer's printers, that has been brought up to Toshiba. It has also been brought up to IT in the past couple of years. It's been an ongoing issue. And it is hard to get stocked up. They won't let us stock ahead. You have to wait until you're down to that last toner that is there. And if somebody else has ordered one the same day, they might tell you to give it to the next one. So there's a lot of multiple issues with sharing, getting the service you need, your charge per copies, whether it's black and white and color, and for the maintenance end of things. So I would ask that we also, if we're going to review this, and there might be a possibility that they go away, that we be allowed to consider other vendors. Can we?
Oh, absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. I mean, yes, absolutely. That's Greg.
The only thing I want to say about vendors, and I've had to say it on numerous occasions, they work for us, we don't work for them.
Thank you.
I think they forget that, and it's
Tried to instill that in all these departments.
bridge builders that I had to say that to somebody laying an asphalt road that we spent $2 million with. I have to say, you work for us, we don't work for you, and this is what we're gonna do. And, even down to these smalls, I think y'all need to make clear when we have vendors, perhaps some type of sit down with them, that they work for us. We're not their passes.
I agree 100%, Greg, that's a good point. The vendors do work for us. They work
Just-
for, go ahead.
No, you're exactly right. Being a business owner for as many years as I have been, I instill that big time. This particular deal goes all the way back to when Jim Bryant was a county attorney, brought it to the commissioner's attention that we had 23 different 23 different contracts, 4 different companies, and 46 or 47 different types of machines. And it was a huge problem, and we were wasting a ton of money. So that's when we went out and looked at Gordon Flesh for Canon, we looked at Toshiba. They were the only ones that had a Sourcewell state bid contract. It ended up saving the county at that time $100,000 over the 5-year period of the contract. That's why all this was done.
Okay.
It was a nightmare for the county attorney to deal with all these different contracts.
Right.
Okay. So that put it into one company, one contract. Every 5 years, the machines are replaced and new ones are brought in.
In the meantime, I asked all department heads to write down their good and bads with this, okay? Bring it to our attention, and we'll have a meeting, we'll have a department head meeting and discuss it. If we need to move to a different direction to accommodate the needs of the department heads and citizens, that's exactly what we'll do. If we don't, if it's something we can fix, let's fix it. Everybody agree? Okay. Don't quit yet, sir. You only got 5 months and
But
yeah, sure.
An FYI on your copy machines, every copy machine has a memory chip. Whatever's copied in that thing stays with that machine, so you don't want that thing leaving the building with that memory,
Too late.
because it will be sold.
Wait a minute. Too late?
When Toshiba came in and started changing them out, the old ones went.
That's part of the lease agreement.
Who's got, yeah, but
Doesn't matter the agreement, you want that thing.
who's got
protected.
the memory chip belongs to the county. Doesn't belong to,
Yeah, nobody's told us
It'll be
that.
sold. Believe me.
we can, there's,
It becomes somebody else's information.
okay, so we got some homework to do on this. I guess you need another ink pen, sir?
Here is the
If you
original
copy your
contract.
resume, it's out there
Do you
too.
want me to?
Right.
Yeah, give him the original contract.
I'll keep my notes on it.
Touch base, I gotta get, back on my agenda. You have 3 commissioners. Everybody wants to talk about the violation of the open door policy. Please understand something. Commissioners can meet and talk and discuss anything they want to. You can't make no decisions on anything. The council can meet and discuss anything you want to talk about. They don't make decisions and stuff. If Greg has an issue on the road, I don't expect Greg to set up 3 different meetings with 3 different commissioners, come out and look at his problem. It's not going to happen. The problem of it is, if you meet and discuss stuff, you don't make decisions out there. The decisions are made at this board in a public forum, so the public understands. Where you violate the open door policy is going out and doing stupid stuff, saying stupid things, making stupid decisions, and coming back to the public and not putting it on the agenda and passing something. That is against the law. Everybody out there understand that? So, if Dave and Gary need to go sit down and talk about something, sit down and talk about it. Discuss it, am I correct? They can't make no decisions, but anything that any one commissioner does outside of this room, whether it's 1 commissioner, 2 or 3, will be brought back to the public. To the public. So units can have input. Fair? Everybody understand that? Commissioners all understand it? Everybody here understand it? No decision is going to be made outside this meeting. None. If it's an emergency situations call for emergency decisions. Other than that, it's going to happen, the decision is going to be made right here. Council, you guys good with that? You, Joe, okay? Is the public good with that? Public understand that? Okay, Boy, we're gonna be out of here before dark. 911 dispatch director, resignation letter, advisory board, ordinance. Okay. I don't know in my paperwork, I got something here in my paperwork, it's got the ordinance, but I can find it. How many people here today is on the 911 advisory board? 1, 2, 3, 4. The only person we're missing is that Spencer PD representative. The 911 advisory board consists of sheriff office, EMA, EMS, fire, SPD. You guys have been in the public service and safety business for many, many years, correct, Dale? Chris, Jack, Chief, Sheriff. I do not understand, I can't comprehend, but it wasn't done in this administration, but it's going to get rectified today, that the 911 advisory board was basically took out of any decision-making that involved the 911 dispatch center, other than policies and procedures. Is that correct?
The only thing I thought was taken out was the financial side.
Well,
that I'm aware of, because Matt brought that to the attention of the attorney. And to me, I don't have a problem with the advisory board making decisions. It was the financial side, because if we have an advisory board that has control over a department head's finances or budget, you really don't need that department head. You now have the advisory board doing the commissioner's job. That was the thought process.
well, that would have been absolutely wonderful if it would have worked that way, but it did not.
I don't think it was written up that way either.
Well, how it was written or how it was done, how it was written up was wrong, and I'm not going to tolerate it. The 911 advisory board will be reestablished in its whole entirety. They are not here to take over being the 911 director. That is not their goal. But if we cannot get the input from the 911 advisory board, who's been involved in law enforcement for 30 years, fire, EMS, EMA, if we do not involve the public safety people to help make decisions and help the director make decisions, what good are we? Anybody got an answer?
Zero, none.
Chris, Jack, Matt, you're on the board. Dale, what's your thoughts? Please, now's the time to speak up. You, go, Chris.
I don't think that we've ever tried to dictate how the 911 center's been ran. But we do need more input than what we currently have.
That's right.
It's,
And I don't think that anyone on the board wants to dictate how the center is ran, but we should have some say in what the final product is.
There was if you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but the issue that came up that started this whole thing was Director Anderson wanted to purchase an EMD software, is that correct? EMD software. That EMS director had some questions about how that functioned, how it was going to affect the operation of his department. EMD is a program that helps dispatch with pre-arrival medical instructions, questions that they give to EMS, and naturally the EMS director wanted to have input in what system that was and how that system worked. The problem that came up was that the 911 director brought that product to the council for approval without the backing of EMS and the rest of the board. There were still questions about this particular system. The council at that time questioned the director and said, have you brought this product to the board for approval from the which the response was, that's not necessary, the board doesn't approve this. The problem with that situation is it was getting the cart before the horse, because the council can approve this $50,000 software, but ultimately, when the director buys that product and then brings it to the board, and the board says, we're not gonna pass a policy or procedure to use it, $50,000 was wasted. It caused confusion between, I think all of these, the board, the 911 director, and the council. And I believe it was Anton that stated he didn't feel comfortable approving anything that didn't come through the board first. So we had no intention whatsoever, we've said from the beginning, we don't want to have anything to do, as a matter of fact, the ordinance says we are to assist the 911 director with the budget. And that's fine, because the whole theory behind that is the new 911 director comes in with no experience. We all have experience with budget, we can assist with that. We're not doing the budget for them, we are assisting them with the procedures and how that process works in getting the budget established every year. We don't want to be a disciplinary board. We don't want to be in control of the employees, with disciplining employees, or hiring or terminating employees at the dispatch center. That's the director's job.
Correct.
To do that.
And human resources.
And now human resources, right. Now, the appointment of the other part of the ordinance is the appointment, or not the appointment, but the recommendation to the commissioners for the appointment of the director. And now, obviously, since Director Anderson has turned to resignation, we'll be doing that. The whole purpose in that is, again, the commissioners can be of any field, any occupation, having nothing to do with emergency services, and not having the knowledge and expertise to hire somebody that would fit that job. That's where the board comes in and all the different disciplines to be able to say, yes, this person is going to work if we get applicants for the job, which is a whole other issue. So, no, I think the ordinance, there's a lot of misunderstanding about the ordinance, how the ordinance works, what the role of 911 is. I do think a lot of this could have been avoided. If it was more cooperation with the board and the 911 director, but it ultimately it kind of on some instances, and it created a problem. We do, according to the ordinance, we don't control the operation of the center. But just as the last meeting we had, when the dispatch center wants to change a procedure or a policy, that has to be approved by the board. The reason for that is that way the 911 center cannot dictate how we control what we do, how EMS does what they do, how fire does what they do.
Absolutely.
Because again, the 911 director may have zero experience in law enforcement, may have zero experience in fire, may have zero experience in EMS, and shouldn't really be making those decisions. That's where the board comes in. And from the get-go, when the board was established, when this whole idea started, 911 was part of the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department had full control over that. Fire had no say-so in how anything was done because they were employees of the sheriff's department. EMS had no say-so in how anything was done because it was part of the sheriff's department. Ultimately, the sheriff could tell the dispatchers, this is how you are going to do this. And EMS and fire just had to deal with it. It wasn't fair. It doesn't make any sense. That's why we wanted the board established. And it's a great idea. I think it's going to work great. But we need to have understanding that everybody's going to have to work together to understand the purpose. This isn't the 911 board is trying to control the dispatch center. It's the understanding of why the board's there has to be considered, or people are going to get upset that we're trying to take control or something like that away. That's not the case. It's to try to make it the most efficient and safest way possible for the emergency responders and for the public.
I agree with everything Matt's saying. Matt and I have had conversation about that. He's the one that actually had the attorney get involved in a couple of meetings because there was an issue about financing, purchasing, correct, Matt?
Yes.
You brought that to our attention.
Yes.
The board absolutely needs to have oversight of the 911. Never argue that. But again, when you let an advisory board control purchasing, that's an issue for me.
But if the advisory board had been able to speak about the $50,000 boo-hoo and been give her, or the,
It wasn't changed until after that, I believe, Sam.
Buying equipment for the dispatch center or anything like that.
Right, go ahead.
no, has absolutely no impact on anything we do.
Right.
The problem with it is on purchase of a product that ultimately is going to change the procedures of another department. That's where the problem came up. It was going to dictate how EMS staff operated, and Chris wanted to say so in that. And I think it just boiled down simply to, there were a couple of options. Let's talk about it and go over what those options are. Because dispatch should have a say-so in, hey, here's how it affects our employees. And then on the flop side, what happens outside of the dispatch center for those responding, this is how it's gonna impact them. Those two may butt heads on it, and want two completely different things. The other board members are then going to have to try to make an unbiased decision to, hey, here's what's gonna be best. Because it can't just be left to one person to decide that. Because if Chris says, nope, I want this, now that affects how dispatch operates, and that may be detrimental to them. If they choose, we want this, it may be detrimental to Chris. So someone's gonna have to be in there to break that tie, if you will. And I think this particular instance was it was an oddball, because it was a purchase, but that purchase was affecting the procedures of another department, and that needed to be addressed. And in that particular situation, yes, it could have cost the county money in the fact that if the board would have said, no, we're not approving a procedure or policy on this, the county just bought a software that is of no use, it's just sitting there. So in that particular instance, yes, I think that should have gone to the board. I think in that instance, the board should have approved a policy on here's how this software is going to work before it ever went to the council for approval.
Agreed.
To show the council, hey, we want to purchase this. This is the policy that the board's approved. It's going to make this operational, so your money's going to be spent and used. And there was, and I'll just be honest, there was some headbutting on some emotion and attitude, in the process as well. But that was, again, that was a one-off. Most of the time, it's not an issue. If they need stuff, it has nothing to do with us. We don't care what kind of chairs they have or what kind of equipment they're using, or, unless it affects what happens on the other side of the radio, then we need to know.
I agree wholeheartedly. Al?
I'm gonna break this down a little further for you, and beating this horse, particularly this $50,000 program. First of all, it was purchased forever ago. And in the resignation letter, it's not even up yet. Okay, now, with 31 years of experience next month, I will tell you, it's one of the greatest things that could possibly have been done for the community, because it gives the dispatcher the ability to tell Joe Public what they need to do on sometimes long arrival of EMS. That's fantastic. You go back and review the videotape, the program was sold as, oh, it's gonna update everybody immediately, it's gonna do this, it's gonna do that, blah, 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 right? So you've got two parts. You've got 50%, fantastic for the public, correct? Yes. Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it updating to the EMS and the fire personnel and everything else via internet and everything else? Are they getting the step-by-step information of what's going on from that
As far as
program?
I'm aware, no.
No.
The program is a separate program from the CAD, and it tells them questions to ask based on the information that they're being given. It then throws those answers into the CAD,
So it does update the CAD,
which
correct?
it updates the CAD,
And that
and
is
the
not
CAD
going
will be
out to the
updated
response.
to the responders through the active 911.
Yes, but that
It
has to
also
be,
gives
that has to be
pre-arrival
physically
instructions.
done and pushed. It's not
Well,
updating accordingly.
So, go ahead.
I apologize, Sam.
No, no,
One thing
go
I
ahead.
have to say in that regard is, so when that program was purchased, let alone the fact that EMS didn't particularly want that program, somebody was either unknowledgeable or lying about what the program can do and can't do. So the board needs to be involved right now, and with absolutely no disrespect to the 911 people right now or anything else, if you talk to the emergency responders, I'm probably gonna take some people off here. If
You talk to the emergency responders in the community right now, they've got major concerns about their safety and the safety of the community. This board needs to have an active role in what's going on right now until we get things straightened out.
Lisa.
I've been in my role since October 1st, and not a single emergency responder has come to my office and told me that they have major concerns
There's a
about
reason.
dispatch.
There's a
I have
reason.
made it,
Hang on now. Alan, let her
I
talk.
apologize.
Go ahead.
I have made it very clear that I have a very open door. I will have conversations with anybody. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to take what anybody is saying as the truth and just run with that. But I would like input from everybody before I make decisions. And I've had nobody come to my office.
And I want to touch base on that too, a little, just a tad bit. There's half the problem going on in this county right now. People talk and say things on email, Facebook, social media, send you a message, stuff like that, but they won't come to a public meeting and say anything. Don't armchair quarterback me, ever. Won't tolerate it. You got something you want to discuss, these meetings are open to the public, every meeting. If you got a legitimate complaint about 911, how things are handling, if you're a first responder, whatever, so on and so forth, if you got an issue about the county highway, go see Greg. Then Greg will bring it to us, and we're going to discuss it in a public meeting. If you're not willing to confront your adversary, or your, I don't know if that's the right word, or somebody you're in disagreement with, if you can't confront them in a public meeting, don't call me about it. I don't want to hear it.
A little bit on that, Sam, is everybody previously, it's January 1st, was afraid of repercussions.
Well, that was coming next. Thank you. And this is where the problem lies. And I'm not mentioning any names. I've been advised to not mention any names. But this is coming. You want to say something, Joe?
I do.
Go ahead, let her rip before I get fired up there.
I want to comment on the $50,000 snafu. And I'm not going to say any names.
No.
I beat my phone to death, talking to everybody involved. That's all I'm going to say. And I invited every one of those individuals to come to this party. What you said right there is the biggest problem with this county. People got a complaint, they want to say something, but very few will walk in this room and stand up and say anything. That, my friend, is sad. For whatever reasons, whether Joe cites retribution, however you want to look at it, that's pathetic. I beat my phone to death over this problem. And the people that I'm talking about know I called them. They know I talked to them.
And this is why.
Sad.
It is sad, and this is why these meetings are open to the public, both of them, okay? Because I have heard on numerous occasions, and this is where he gets to pick up all this stack of paperwork. He said, she said, could have said. Okay? I have numerous documentation, phone calls, emails from employees, current and former employees that have told me, and you will answer to this, because it is coming. If you don't like it, resign, because it's going to hit right in the face. That they was afraid of retribution, that they was intimidated, that they was coerced and threatened. Is this how we run county government? Is this how we run county business? Not anymore. It's not going to happen. But the documentations that I have and the paperwork that I have and the phone calls and recorded messages I have are going to be turned over to the proper authorities. And they're going to be reviewed. Whether you're elected, appointed, or county employee, you should not have to worry about your job unless you're not doing your job. Ever. Ever. But if you tell me something that happened in a private setting or on the phone or whatever, is only as good as what you put down on paper with your name assigned to it. My dad told me you can either get over something or die with it. And I suggest that if people have got issues in this county with individuals, whether it be department heads, commissioners, or council, they need to bring it out and get it resolved, because rest assured, it is coming. And some people are not going to like what happens. It's just the way it is. I don't want anybody going home thinking, dang, I don't know where I'm gonna have a job tomorrow. You know, I was told this, or I was told this. There's people sitting here in this room right now that I've had conversations with that have told me this. You will have to answer for those conversations that you had with me. Because it's not right to let this kind of stuff slide under the rail. We're 3 commissioners that have to answer to 22,000 people. Yes?
So if you guys have to decide something that affects our office, will you guys be talking to us, asking us questions before we come in and find out we have no say-so on it and this is what's happening?
We cannot make a decision on your office about anything.
Well, I mean, I had to move all my equipment, voting equipment, out of this building.
I know what happened in the past. I'm telling you what's happening here in the future. I do not run your office.
Right.
I do not set up your printer or your machines or your walls or whatever, your filing cabinets. That's your business.
Right.
If you need help from the commissioner, we're supposed to support you.
That's right.
Now, if you decide you're going to knock out a window and put in something different, I may have to have a chat. But it'll be in a public meeting. Yes.
I think what she's saying is, if you have a question also about our office, would you bring it to us first?
Oh, absolutely.
Before you just throw it out here in a meeting?
If I need to go to the health department and discuss, I'm coming to you.
Okay.
Me and Shelley had a conversation the other day, didn't we, Shelley? It's called communication.
Yes, thank you.
And that's where we're lacking right there.
Yes.
Transparency, communicate. It is turned into a hatred. And it grows. It's a bad seed. Well, guess what you do? Anybody ever planted a garden? You know, you rototill and you plant and you wait and things come up and things look great. Next thing you know, weeds pop up, don't they? If you don't pull the weeds overtake the good. No, we're going to end this. Communication link is going to be a must between all department heads, commissioners. I'm not changing anything in your office. I'm not telling Sheila what she can and can't do. If she wants a wall put up, by the way, you got to mention that, Dave, here in a little bit. Put the wall up. Fair? Joe?
Can we go back
We're
to?
still on letter C.
Yeah,
Thank you.
let's go back.
Let me add something here. I think that Matt made some good points. I think that we need to have the advisory board involved in writing that ordinance.
I agree.
I think that's the right thing to do, because Matt's the one that brought it up originally that there was a problem. So who else better to help write that resolution than the advisory board themselves? That's where the miscommunication comes from, because it wasn't fully understood.
I agree if it wasn't fully understood, but the commissioners, 2 commissioners voted on to take the 911 advisory board out of play. It was done in a public meeting.
It wasn't understood that way. It was told to us that it was a financial side only, and that's what Matt was concerned about, and that's what we were trying to deal with. If it needs to be fixed, it needs to be fixed.
Yes.
We weren't asked for our input last time it was changed.
Say that again, Jack.
We were not asked for our input last time that was changed, our duties and responsibilities as a 911 board.
It was my understanding.
So we set the new ordinance there for us to follow. New guidelines.
Ordinance and presented it.
It was my understanding that the attorney went and spoke with Matt and said in those meetings before that ordinance was redesigned. Is that not correct?
No, he came to the meeting and presented an ordinance to us.
Okay, I thought it was already pre that. So that was a misunderstanding.
Let's just, sorry, Joe, you're right, keep me on track. Go ahead, Matt. Appreciate it, thank you.
I wanted to say something based on a comment earlier. I also, both as chairman of the 911 board and in my position with the sheriff's office, just as recently as 2 nights ago, was messing with fuel pumps, talking to the night shift guys, and dispatch was brought up. I have had 2 that I can recall, 2 instances of some type of an incident related to dispatch sending our unit somewhere. This is law enforcement side, that's been brought up as a concern. Both of those incidents were addressed. I have not had any of our deputies come to me and say anything about them fearing for their safety or anything. They have had plenty of comments of stuff they don't like, and I'll be completely honest with you, that is an eternal struggle that will go on till the end of time, is one end of the radio versus the other. That's never an end. Comments that I hear are, sure wish I could get a return faster. That comment will happen forever. It'll never end. But I've not had anyone come to me with a comment saying that they have felt that their safety was in jeopardy or something along those lines. And if whoever's telling Alan that, I sure wish they would come to me and say that.
But it's an admin thing, you know that.
I do know that.
Whatsoever to you, because I can tell you that the majority of the ones that said anything to me have said they do not
Way
feel
off track.
they can approach.
Well, let's get back to,
And they shouldn't be approaching the boss. And that's
But they
why.
don't want to approach you like.
But, and that's absolutely ridiculous on any level, because I don't think you could ask, I think if you ask anybody, now I would be surprised if any one of the employees said, I don't feel like I can go to Matt with something. They may not like what I do with it, but I don't feel like they would think they couldn't come to me with something. And they are aware, if there's a problem with dispatch, I don't want them taking it up with the 911 director. Bring it to me. I will take it up with the 911 director. From 2 different positions, either from my position as chief deputy or if it's appropriate in the 911 board meeting. And I have had plenty of stuff. I typically ask them, what they gripe about in the squad room about what dispatch does means nothing to me. They are going to have to bring something to me that I can actually look at, because I will not go to dispatch and say, I heard you did this and now I'm going to throw a fit about it.
right.
I want it documented, and the 2 cases that I'm speaking of, that we had issues that the guys were like, whoa, dispatch really dropped the ball on this. In both of those incidents, I was able to look at call logs, times, listen to 911 recordings and phones, and neither one of them was dispatch's fault. It was a member of the public that called it in. That was the issue. And once I explained that to the guys, because they don't know that. They simply don't know. They just know that they get on a call and the person that called says, I don't know what took you guys so long to get here. 30 minutes? You gotta be kidding me.
Been there.
And when I listen to the call, the person on the other end of the phone tells them, oh, this incident happened 20 minutes ago. Well, there's 20 minutes of dead space right there that they didn't tell the officer when they got there, but that's what they told dispatch. So, and I think it's a clear issue because of the turnover rate that we've had in dispatch. Most of the dispatch employees are fairly new. Sergeant Gasparovic told me the other day that 2 particular dispatchers, he was impressed how much they're improving. That's great, because there's a lot of new employees, and we understand that. We're trying to give them the time to be able to get their training in place, and it's difficult to train. I don't think people understand how hard it is to train a dispatcher when you're working. You're working a console, and you have one person working a console, taking all of the emergency calls that this county's bringing in, and the person, your partner sitting next to you, is a new employee that you're trying to train. So you're essentially taking all the calls, dealing with all the emergency incidents that are happening, while trying to explain and train it to this other person. It shouldn't be that way. There should be a dedicated trainer that's there with them that can walk them through all this. That's not, because I'll tell you what happens, and if I'm wrong, you guys tell me. If a serious emergency comes in and you're training someone, the likelihood is they're going to tell them, listen on the headset, but get out of my way, I've got to do this. And they're not learning. They're not. Because there's not enough staff, there's not enough time to train. They need dedicated training to come in and happen. Now, Director Anderson always said 9 months to train a dispatcher. I don't think that's true. I think maybe 9 months to get where you feel like you're seasoned, but I think with a good training program, it can happen a lot quicker than that, they're comfortable to be able to work, and they have questions. If we can put a cop out on the streets in a matter of 3 months and give them a gun and a badge and tell them, you know, hey, you need to go out and do this job with supervision, then I think it can happen in dispatch too. It can't happen without a proper training program. It just can't. We're gonna constantly deal with turnover because employees are overwhelmed, they're working extra shifts, they're alone working extra shifts, and they're unsure about what they're doing because they don't have the experience, they don't feel comfortable in those spots. So they get to the point where, I don't wanna do this anymore, I'm leaving. Now we're back in the same boat, replacing dispatchers.
And I would like to add to that, we have gotten to a point where the new people who are training, the senior dispatcher that's training them, for the most part, is not the only other one in the room. That's ridiculously helpful for the training process, because like he said, if it's just the two of them, then yes, the senior dispatcher is overwhelmed because the other person can't help, which is why we're putting two in the room while they're training. So that if the trainer has to stop and teach for a minute, there's another able body in there to take the load for a minute.
What's that do with your schedule when you have to do that?
Our schedule is a mess. Our schedule is a mess.
If an
And
extra
there are
person
times
is being
that,
utilized for training, you're gonna have to move staff around, put people on extra shifts, or put a seasoned person to work by themselves, because you're gonna fit somebody to be able to train.
and we're trying to do that a long
Then-
time with the most seasoned and at the slowest times.
With that being said then, let's take the 911 advisory board
And have them help.
and you guys get together, Matt, take care of this. Not time, but you know what I'm saying. Get together and write up an ordinance. Write up something that works. Because Jack said they wasn't informed about the ordinance change and this, that, so on and so forth. Well, that's a crock. You're public safety people. You guys can get together, sit down, have a meeting, get grouped, meet with your 911 coordinator and
So if we, just a legal question here, if we were to sit down as a board with the director, and discuss some of these issues, I feel like a lot of them are going to be personnel issues. Is that a public meeting, or would that be something?
Be an executive
session? Because I don't want a public meeting of employees,
harping on some.
their capabilities and things like that discussed in a public meeting when they're not under disciplinary action.
I think you could meet informally as a group without it being a public meeting. You would want to include the commissioners in that. That would be something just within your department or interdepartmental if necessary. And just get together and get some ideas. That's okay. That doesn't have to be a public meeting.
I think that would be good. Do you guys agree, Dale, Chris, Jack? You agree with that? Okay.
And we put them in part of this ordinance when it's rewritten.
Yeah, you guys will go back to.
I personally know, and I'm gonna ask Joel, I had no idea that they weren't presented with this beforehand. That, I had no idea before that ordinance come to us that you guys were not involved in that.
We were, if I
Zero.
remember correctly, from my perspective, what I remember, Director Anderson said there was a new ordinance. That's when I found out about there was a new ordinance, and at the next meeting, we were presented with, we may have gotten an email with it just prior to the meeting, I don't remember that. But the ordinance was officially gone over by Dana at a meeting. As a matter of fact, because I talked to you and asked him to come in and clarify it.
Correct.
Because there was.
And that's the last conversation I knew about any of it, Matt.
But wasn't this ordinance drafted after the advisory board was kind of disbanded? Is that?
No,
Was this before?
ordinance, no, the ordinance is, and again, it didn't, there was some wording changes in the ordinance.
No disbandment.
Well, but they wasn't included.
Right, yeah, and that's what I said, Joel and I had no idea that that happened.
Well, that's, disband may be the not proper word. They had no knowledge of the ordinance coming to play because they didn't get to sit down and have a discussion with anybody. That's wrong.
Included.
That's wrong. So let's rework it.
I think the problem could have completely been solved without the ordinance ever being changed, just with an explanation and a discussion about with our concerns about this software and
I agree.
and that maybe it should be vetted and a policy approved before it goes for purchase. Would have been, a discussion on that would have prevented anything from ever happening to occur, because at that point, the director thought we were trying to control what she was purchasing, and we weren't trying to control that. You know, again, we were all for an EMD software, it was just which one are we gonna go with, which one operates the best, and I wanted to hear Chris's opinion on that. It's he's the EMS director. And I think his opinion on what EMD software we use is important. It's important to dispatch too. Both of them have to come together and agree on the software. So I think there was a huge misunderstanding on it, and some headbutting on, to be completely honest with you, I think the director at the time thought we were trying to railroad something she wanted to do, when that wasn't the case. So she came and did it anyway, and because the ordinance didn't say she had to bring a purchase to us, but there was still the issue of the policy.
I agree.
That wasn't addressed. So yes, I think that the main components of the ordinance are still in place. The fact that we control policy and procedure, we assist with the budget, and we make the recommendation for the appointment of the 911 director. Those are the three primary things in the ordinance. So, you know, yes, as far as controlling the budget or anything like that, no. A purchase that's gonna affect the other departments needs to be brought
So
to the board.
you guys can get a meeting up fairly soon and sit down and discuss some of these things and bring your, and new, added, subtract, whatever you're gonna do.
Next meeting,
And we'll
next week.
we'll give it to the county attorney, and he can draft up whatever amendments or stuff like that. But rest assured, the 911 advisory board will be involved in its entirety, because you are public safety. Got to get going here. Joe, you still waiting, bud?
Yep.
Okay, love you, man. 911 dispatch director resignation letter. I received an email from the director, and I will not get into the email. I've been advised to walk softly and carry a big stick. She's not here today. She sent an email saying that she's sick. She's not here. Okay. I wish she had been. I'd like to ask a couple questions, but didn't. Anyway, I make a motion to accept the 911 director's resignation.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
The next thing we need to do is, Lisa is the assistant, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion that we let the advisory board post the position. You may have been going down that direction, I don't know.
Go ahead, that's fine, yes.
That needs to be done ASAP. Matt, I think last time you took care of that with Indeed and some.
The auditor's office
Okay.
actually put it on Indeed for us.
I mean, gentlemen, don't you agree that we need to get this?
Today.
Yeah, today.
Okay.
Today, we have to post it, of course, Lisa, you understand all that, and now, it's my understanding that the current director will be here till the 17th. That's my understanding. Just let chips fall where they may. She has until the 17th. Whether she's here or not, I don't know. I can't make that call for her. But in the meantime, when she leaves, Matt, we need to get this application process started yesterday. Get the ball rolling. We all know how it works. You apply for the job. The advisory board will review all applications. All applications. Not me, not this board. I'm not looking at them. the three commissioners sitting up here is the last bunch of people that you need to decide who's gonna be your 911 director. Yes.
I would split on that comment you just made, reviewing all applications. We get applications for the position, as we have in the past. There are requirements in the job description for that person. The vast majority of the applications that we get do not meet those requirements, therefore we do not consider them for the position.
Okay.
So we skim them real quick to see if they meet the requirements.
Sure.
And that goes in the, yep, we can interview this person. So not all applications are gonna be interviewed or gonna be considered because they don't meet the requirements for the job.
And back up, what I meant, all applications that are applicable for the position. If they don't qualify, don't waste yourself time. So get that process started immediately. We have to post it and we'll get that done. Matt, you take kind of charge of this if you would, please. Advisory board, get on board with this. Guys, get a meeting, get the applications, go through them. Do not, it's just a request, rush anything. Lisa's here, she's the assistant, and we don't have anything, we're not gonna have anything done by next Friday, by no means. She's gonna be the assistant, she's still the assistant, and she'll take care of business that needs to be taken care of. Is that what we're looking at? Matt, advisory board, is that, until the meantime, until we get everything, applications in, once you just do that, review them, bring them to us. Bring your recommendation to us. I am not, as a commissioner, going to sit and tell the advisory board who to hire for your 911 director. Not my job.
Just based on their recommendation.
Just because, yeah, based on their recommendation.
But you all have to bring it to us.
Yes. So, with that being said, I make a motion that, however you need to make this motion, I don't know, get the process started. And
I already made a motion.
Yeah, I'll
Just need
second. I'll second the motion that we go ahead and with the process of setting down an application and hiring a new 911 director. I second. All in favor?
Aye.
3, done.
Sam,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have a question. After the 17th, if there is not a new director in place, am I expected to do the duties, the necessity of those duties that need to be done until there is a new one?
Well, the advisory board's here. I think, let me ask you just a straightforward question. Is it because you're asking this because that's your assistant? It's like the chief deputy's assistant to the sheriff. The sheriff's not here, the chief deputy takes over. It's no different than auditor's office. She's got a chief deputy. If she's gone, chief deputy takes over. So yes, I would assume that you would take over the responsibilities. If the next question would be, are you asking, are you gonna get paid director's pay?
That's what I'm asking.
Okay, here's my philosophy on this, okay, just my opinion. If the sheriff is gone and chief deputy is in command, he does not get the sheriff's pay.
Correct. And when Sherry was on vacation a couple weeks ago, I did not
Yeah,
get the
so
pay.
I would think, whatever span of time there is, Lisa, between her gone and somebody getting hired, you still just get your assistant's pay. That's my take on it because it's no different than any other office. Does that make sense?
To an extent.
Yeah, I mean,
If you're temporarily changing somebody's job descriptions, it should be, paid for that.
okay, what's the advisory board here?
That's your attorney.
I think the council would play into that also, wouldn't they?
What's your,
I agree with you.
you agree with me?
As long as it's a temporary position, or temporary fill.
Chris?
I was looking at the duties that you're expecting her to do. Is she going to be able to hire and fire? Is she going to be able to, or is she going to do payroll scheduling and such stuff as that? I mean, she's doing payroll and scheduling now.
I'm not doing
Or not
payroll.
payroll, she's
I'm
doing
doing
scheduling
scheduling.
now. So if you give her more duties, I can see compensation, but I think you ought to clarify what those duties are going to be. If she's going to be doing, I mean, like I said before, she's going to be doing hiring and firing, should that come to you guys? Should that come to the board? I don't know.
When Director Lamb left, there were duties that were assigned to people that were taking the center over, and other duties were left up to Chief Deputy North. And I don't believe hiring and firing was a part of anything the center could do while it was without a director.
We kind of threw Matt into, yeah, we threw Matt into the bad situation there, but we had
I don't
to.
want to do that again. I anticipate, I hope that this process goes quickly. I don't know how long, if there's a legal period of time this has to be advertised for the position, or if we.
7 days. It's gotta be advertised 7 days. I think.
So if we can get it out on Indeed and let the public see it, and
That's
see
our
how quick
policy, I
applications
think.
are coming in and close it, you know, to be completely honest, in a perfect world, if we could post it for 2 weeks and get plenty of applicants, that would be great. Honestly, I'm not optimistic about that, just not for the pay and that job. I can't see, to be completely honest with you, if you have a qualified person that's in a dispatch position now that wants to move up to a director's position, that's coming from one of the surrounding counties or something, they're probably making more than our director makes now, and they're not willing to take a pay cut to come be the director. So it's hard to find the person. But
Just advertise 80,000.
yeah, but we'll see what happens, and I hope to make the process as quick as possible.
Did you say Putnam County,
Well-
Joe?
They're open right now.
That's what I heard, they were open.
Let's kind of let the chips fall where they are right now, Lisa, for a little bit to see how this process works. And if we need to adjust, I'll work with you, John, but it's, I don't know exactly the words to say because it's kind of out of my wheelhouse, you know what I'm saying?
Well, and Sam, I'm more than happy to pitch in and help while this whole process happens. I need things to be clear though. I don't want to overstep and I don't want to not do things I should be doing.
Well, I think
I need
that,
help from the board and from the commission.
well, and with, I'm glad you said that. I think if you could get with the advisory board between now and yesterday,
Perfect. What are you guys doing after?
I mean,
Sam, can I suggest something here?
if we can facilitate that through some advice from the advisory board and stuff on recommendations and duties and, because it's out of my wheelhouse. I can't tell you what you should be doing, shouldn't be doing, because I don't know, but the advisory board does. Yes, yeah.
Why don't we let the advisory board with our authority, if you want to say that, and with the attorney's blessing that you put a 2-week time period, if we have not filled that position within 2 weeks, we give her whatever compensation to continue until that, I mean, there's got to be a time limit on it, because last time it took us, what, 6 months to find somebody, 4 months, whatever it was. That's just a suggestion.
Yeah.
I can tell you, if the first round of applications come through, we don't get anything more than what we got in previous times, as far as qualified applicants, you know, that may be something where we end up coming to the council and considering looking at pay. There may be some other options we have to look at to try to get applicants. I don't know, but we would have to figure out something. We just got, no qualified applicants to apply to the position.
Okay. Advisory board, get with Lisa, and you guys got to figure some of this out just a little bit and get back to us as soon as possible. We will not do you wrong by any means. I won't do that, but I cannot advise you to what your duties should be because I can't tell you because I don't know. Is that fair? All right, let's move on.
Do we have the job description for assistant director?
We can get you one.
Okay, do we know what the job description says for the assistant director? Does it say, like, in the absence of the director, you are to take on the responsibility of the director? I mean, I would say we would revert back to whatever the job description says the assistant director's job is.
Should get a copy. We're gonna take a 10-minute recess because I gotta pee.
Beat me to the suggestion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Time to meet.
Okay. Commissioner D is the Commissioner Point Plan and BZA discussion at this time. And I spoke to the county attorney about this. There'll be no appointments made today. The appointments will all be made in February 3rd meeting. There's a reason for that. As I stated earlier, I've got a task at hand for the county attorney to look at. And if we make some appointments today, it may not necessarily be the appointments that are made in February. I do not want to have to lick my calf over again, if that makes sense. Does that make sense, Suzanne? So our first meeting in February, I believe it's February 3rd. No, sorry, I'm wrong. February 6th. February 6th at 9 a.m. All appointments will be made. Is that
So you make both appointments?
on February?
For the commissioner candidate and the citizen member?
Yes, we'll do that on the 6th, okay? And like I said, once again, there are reasons for that, as I want the county attorney to, he's got to get involved in a few things. And hopefully we'll have some sort of guidelines or guidance from him on assistance on a couple issues that is going on that needs his attention. And he can get back with me if we're good to go on February 7th, then we'll get to, we don't want to delay it because we need these appointments made so we can carry on county business. That will happen on February 6th.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, go
Is
ahead.
the new attorney going to help the planning and BZA like the previous? With legal advice?
Yes, he's going to help facilitate this stuff and get it where it's run right and whatever he's needed. Yes, absolutely. Throwed you on the bus there, sir. Thank you. ADA evaluations, Mr. White.
Yes, the consultant for the American Disabilities Act, where we're having certain facilities evaluated, we picked, I think, 3 each year is what we budgeted for. There was a question now about 30,000 or 40,000.
It's 40,000, my understanding, it was a $120,000 contract, and we divided that over 3 years. Is that correct, Joe? So we could get it done and continue to get our state and federal funding, yeah.
Okay. I know right now he has his eye on the county highway and the EMS, and there's several buildings at the county highway that'll be included in the first of this year. But he was kind of wanting the blessing of the commissioners to move forward to planning the evaluations of facilities.
Absolutely. We'll make a motion, move forward with the ADA evaluations and compliance. Jeff? Sure, go ahead.
There was only $30,000 budgeted, so I need to know where the other $10,000
Was it over 4 years or 3 years?
I thought it was 40.
The 30,000, Sheila, was for the repair ADA upgrades, like the bathroom issues. There should be in contract services a different line item.
Put it in a different line item.
Yeah, there was so much money for repairs or upgrades of the ADA request, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe it was incorrect in the budgeting process.
So they're in the same series. Can I have permission to put the 40,000 in the ADA line item? Because we want to keep it separate to know exactly what he spent and make sure we don't go over.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
we'll do a transfer.
Yeah. Then, yes,
But that number is correct. There was 30,000 for one, and that was like to start doing the improvements or the changes that are required by ADA. And then the 40,000 was part of the contract.
Okay.
Now, what I would like for you to do, or us to do, is the highway's on there for the next one up. We also need to do the probation building, the armory, so we need to pick him some facilities like we did. You did the jail last year, you did the courthouse. I don't know, we did something else. We need to make sure we're getting these buildings added in these segments of this agreement.
The buildings on the sheriff's department complex were done.
Storage unit, yeah.
And he already has some picked.
Okay.
I think that
he has a certain order that he felt it should be done in.
Okay.
I know the county highway and the EMS is on that list.
Okay.
I make a motion, we just proceed with the ADA evaluations, and with that, have Sheila, you do the transfer of the money to the appropriate line item.
And there is $40,000 for
Yes, sir.
the site assessment.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Alan?
I second that.
You second that?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Alan?
Speaking completely on my own behalf, will the commissioners be giving any consideration to finding an actual ADA person and taking that responsibility off of our county emergency administrator?
And my answer to that, Alan, is that is something that I've not delved much into yet. I will get some advice from Jack and other commissioners to see which way we need to move with that, but right now I cannot tell you an answer because I don't know enough about it.
You won't find another EMA director and say that, you know, it's the ADA person working.
So we'll, that is something to look into.
It's a great deal, no extra pay and plenty of extra work. So, just jump right on it.
It's like every county job.
We appreciate you, Jay.
So basically what you're saying, you got more duties and no more pay. Yeah. Hallelujah. Sheriff White, you have surplus vehicles?
Yes, we have surplus vehicles that we would like to be placed on auction. I believe you guys have a letter regarding that.
I'll make a motion for the sheriff to put his surplus vehicles on auction and get them sold, and they want the money to, I think it's like always, ain't it, Matt? Money to be deposited into the vehicle repair line item. I'll make that motion.
I'll second that, but doesn't that have to be in the form of an ordinance surplus?
I think we already have one.
You have to do one every time.
You gotta do an ordinance every time you do?
Every time you surplus.
Okay, I'll make a motion that, for the love of God. That's the reason we got ordinance problems, because you gotta create an ordinance for everything that's common sense.
I think
Sorry.
the last time, the ordinance has to specify a date for the auction too.
Yep.
So,
And Tony can confirm that.
I mean, they're just sitting on a lot right now, so.
We'll let Tony draft
Taking
up,
up space, but.
Draft up
If
whatever.
it's on when that can be, then I can get it posted on the.
you- can we go, well, he'll go ahead and get it drafted up ASAP
I'll work on
and get it to us and get it to you, Sheriff, and you go ahead and take care of business. Well, yes, sir. Sheriff, did you have anything else? I don't want to cut you. You've been here all day. You got anything else?
The only thing that I would like for the commissioners to consider, and I know that Gary and I have spoken about before, is a county grant writer. There's a lot of money out there that we can obtain that won't affect our budget, will help us purchase the things that we need to purchase. I believe we talked about that their salary can be based on a percentage of whatever we are awarded of the grant.
Right.
And it would not cost the county any money. There is a lot of money out there that we can get our hands on that we're not taking advantage of. I'm not a grant writer. I'm sure Chris isn't a grant writer or anybody else in here. But if we can get a hold of some money that we don't have to pay back, why are we not taking advantage of it?
I agree.
I'll say, I'm a huge proponent of that. I know a lot of the agencies I represent have either part-time contracted grant writers, or maybe even the bigger departments have full-time grant writers. I would encourage that.
So how do we?
And it doesn't just benefit my department, it would benefit every department in county.
Absolutely.
So Tony,
Your grant writers get 10% of the grants that they're writing. That's usually an answer. I'd rather have that job.
so my question, Tony, so do we hire, or can we make a motion here to bring on a grant writer based on a percentage for the whole county, a percentage of what they bring in?
Well,
How does that work?
I think what you do is post for that.
Okay,
You know, advertise that you're looking for a grant writer.
and then we can negotiate the percentages, or, okay.
You got that, Sheila?
Check with the community foundation first. I just took a grant writing class with them for the health department a couple of weeks ago. That might be a great place to start. They have people
Sure.
out there that have information.
Sure.
And there are people there.
That's a great idea.
I'm glad you brought that up, Sheriff. That's been something that's been discussed for eons and eons, and we never moved forward with it, so we'll move forward with it now. Yes, Jack?
I have a concern about that some of the what I'll call gimme grants, Greg has a huge one. I have a couple that it's pretty much fill in the blank, and we're going to get the money. Will that person be automatically given 10% of that, or just the grants they're in?
What they do.
Yeah, what they do, anything we already have existing that we're receiving, we don't want to pay somebody for that. I agree with that, Jack. That would make no sense.
Well, these are every year.
Yeah.
You know, like the community crossing grant.
That you take care of yourself, you fill it out yourself. And-
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that'd be yours.
Yes, Sheriff.
I would also suggest that if we are contracting this grant writer, that we cap their salary. So we set an amount that they will get X% of grants that they write up to a certain dollar amount. That way the county will get everything that exceeds that.
But do you think they'll slow down on the grants once they max out? I mean, it's a double-edged sword here. I
It
mean,
is a double-edged sword. It is a
So, I
double-edged
mean,
sword.
to me, I would rather say, okay, you get a percentage of whatever you bring in, that's your pay. I mean, because to me, I mean, if I'm maxed out, I'm pretty much gonna lay down. Do you understand what I'm
Well,
saying?
the more they make, the more we're receiving.
That's right, and that just helps the whole county out more. So, that's my take on it. That's what I would
There's two
do.
sides to the coin, absolutely.
There usually isn't there, Sheriff? Too? Yeah, so, but it's a good place to start, and something we've needed done for a long time, so, do we have to have a motion for that, or is it just common sense to post for a grant writer? Okay, good, thank you, Sheriff. Okay,
Go ahead, hang on a second.
well, yeah, Chris, hey, have another donut, buddy.
I'd also invite you to go back and look at ordinances on grant writing, or grants. Years and years ago, it shows my age in working here. We had some, I believe, USDA grants. And there's some grant out there that you're only allowed to have 3 of them open in the county. And people had applied for them, and the government, the commissioners didn't know about it, or the council didn't know about it, or something. So they wrote an ordinance that you weren't allowed to apply for a grant, any grant, anybody in the county, unless it was approved by the commissioners. And that really clipped my wings on being able to apply for grants, because a lot of times these grants, when they announce that this grant's going to be open, and then you've got to come to the commissioners and get on the agenda, and by the time you get approval, you've got a short window of time to write a grant that should normally take 30, 45 days to write. Now you've got to write it in 10 days, and so that really clipped my wings on grants.
I think Jack's run into that problem before too, haven't you, Jack?
Yeah, and it goes before the council too, that's kind of the real problem.
Yeah,
Sheila?
so that ordinance ought to be looked at again to make sure that it's not going to be hurting us.
Good.
Didn't we discuss this before and there was a problem for some, I don't know, it just seems like,
We discussed the
So-
application itself.
Right, and the application one still has not been updated and changed. It needs updated. I think any department that can apply for a grant that will benefit their department should be able to directly, because they're constantly getting stuff. And you are only allowed 3 federal grants open in a county at any one time, and that includes anything that Spencer or Gosport are applying for as well. So usually your federal grants, the second you hear of them, you get your application process started. But if it's to benefit the departments, or some of them are automatic, the health department used to get a lot of them. Here it is, you can't say no, you're not gonna take
Right.
it. But the process of getting to the commissioners and the council, you know, I think if they just send an email and say, hey, we just received this, we're moving forward with this, if the health board or advisory board, if it's 911 or the sheriffs or whoever, inform you guys, that should be enough. Because they're probably gonna get told no if the town is replying to something just as quick, and we currently have 3 federal grants open in the county, so.
so we need to change an ordinance or get rid of an ordinance if we have that, And I don't remember when it was written, maybe Jim Bryan did it.
Or maybe just restrict it to those federal grants. If you're gonna apply for one of those federal grants, you
Right.
have to let the appropriate people know.
And if we hire a grant writer, that would be the person that needs notified when you're applying, so they know what's open or what's not open.
I think the county attorney's right. You got all that, sir? Praise God.
Just remember, you can go back to YouTube.
That's a good point. Thank you again, Sheriff, for bringing that up.
Okay, so you started to make a motion back on the surplus vehicles. Are you gonna allow him to go ahead and do the
Oh,
process and work with the attorney to get it?
Yeah, I thought we
advertised?
passed. Okay, I made a motion to surplus, the sheriff's vehicles and it gets deposited into, what line item was there? The vehicle repair line item, and the county attorney will draft up an ordinance to get them sold.
I'll second that. Sorry, Dave.
You're right. Need to ask you a question.
You got it,
Huh?
you got a first and second.
Agree. We all agree, all in favor, aye? Aye. Sorry, thanks for watching over me. I'll learn this. When it's time for me to retire, I'll have this all down, okay? So, when I was going to bring up, Jack White stuff, I have to can I bring that up now, or have to bring it up in commissioner comments?
It's up to you. You can have it.
Because it's not on the list here, but it could be, so how do I need to handle that?
Add it to it, and then just insert it.
It's under new business. Okay, under new business, Greg, before I bring you up, I gotta take care of something else, okay? Sorry you've been here all day. Mr. White,
Yes, sir.
we've had numerous discussions, Joe, we've had numerous discussions. And once again, we're at a situation that I don't like. I never have. I didn't agree with it then, I don't agree with it today. Are you the EMA director, sir?
Yes.
And you have stuff stored in approximately 4 different locations, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You was moved out of your former location to the front of the office in the brick building that you're in now, correct?
Yes.
And I'm trying to gather my thoughts so I don't say something I shouldn't. Hit me if I do so. Then the maintenance guy was moved from the armory to your garage. I call it Jack's garage, sorry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And maybe somebody can tell me why that was done.
I'll help you.
Please do.
A couple things. The building was repaired down there, worked on the wall, had to move Jack out of there where they put some equipment stuff in there. We voted to redo the other half of the storage unit where the sheriff is to make him a facility for all of his stuff. Was put out for bid. Steve Carroll got that agreement, and it never come to fruition because of Homeland Security. I think had to be involved in the permitting, and there had to be a design. Steve said they had to pay for an engineer to redesign that. Something to do with the building department. Susan can answer some of those questions.
Commercial buildings are required to go through the state of Indiana for any big renovations, anything more than 100 square feet of a structure would have to go through the state, Homeland Security.
And Joel, is that not correct?
That is correct. Also, I was strongly against this. And Gary had his thoughts and bought into it. Nevertheless, I was strongly against this. And we decided as commissioners, we would put Jack in as same as or better place.
Correct.
That led to the place next to Sheriff's building. And that's when the snafu came up with Homeland Security. That is correct, is it not? Homeland Security had to be in the design of the structure.
That wasn't what I found when I called up there, but apparently somebody else found out something different.
Okay.
I never heard that through my.
From the town
So
building
our
department.
next best idea was, hey, we're gonna build a new jack.
Yeah.
We're gonna put jack. Well, as we can
In your
tell now,
deputy
because
office.
we've had to trim the fat, Jack's still sitting in the exact same place he was sitting at. Is it adequate? No. Was I against it? Yes. Strong. Gary will tell you I was. And after that, I went around, I think Chris harbored some of this stuff. Some of the stuff in the bottom of the armory, is that correct?
Yeah.
In the basement of your office space? is that
Yes.
correct?
And storage unit.
And storage unit, non-climate control storage. Anyway, so it fell apart. Getting Jack to, as now the commissioners did agree, we did vote to get him in as good as space or better. That did happen. You go back and look. It hasn't happened.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's just because of facilities, Sam. I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying here. It's just that plan never happened with redoing next to the sheriff's office. We literally went down there and cleaned out some storage units and looked at some different stuff, hoping to get that project started. It never took off.
True.
And his comment too, yeah, we were hoping to get a jail started and was gonna move him into the current deputy's offices. It's a nice facility, garage doors, whatever direction we need to go, let's go.
Okay. I also called Department of Homeland Security too. That's, wasn't what I was told either. That's okay. It's water under the bridge as far as that's concerned. Jack White, you will move back to your garage. I've talked to Steve. Steve will move back to the armory. Now, with that being said, I know there's going to do some testing in the armory and drilling all over. They've been drilling around town, and Kirby, you're here, you know, they're going to be doing some testing and stuff like that. The letter that we got from the state didn't say that anybody couldn't be in the building. It was strictly a recommendation from the county attorney Kerr that maybe nobody should be in the building at the time, because they are going to do some testing in the cold winter months. We don't know exactly when they're coming, but they are going to do some drilling and testing, so on and so forth. And okay, they've been doing that all over town, haven't they, Kirby?
Yeah.
And as far as you know, sir, they haven't run anybody out of any business or building yet.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah, they've been very cooperative.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here today as well. So, with that being said, Jack, Steve's not here, but I've talked to Steve. You guys get together. You go back to the garage, to where you came from. Sorry, I don't know if that's not really nice. I call it Jack's garage. The maintenance guy will go back to the armory. If testing comes along and they say evacuate the block, you know, nobody can be in the building or whatever, then we'll do according to what, but right now that is not the case. That's pretty simple, okay, Jack? You get with Steve, you guys work it out, you make it happen, come back to us when it has happened. I know Sheriff White, and I'm not speaking for the sheriff at all. I'm sure maybe he can find you a little bit of help coming to move, a couple of guys or something to help you move. I want all your stuff put back together like it was. Remember how it was? I do. I've got pictures of how it was.
You've been doing it so long, you ought to have it memorized.
Yeah, so get it back to what you need to do. Steve will get back to the armory, and that'll be done.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Another thing that is not on here, and please apologize, it's not listed on the agenda, is the Veterans Service Officer. I'm glad you're here today, sir. Sorry you've had to sit and wait through all this. I will turn this over to Commissioner Risk.
I got a question for you, sir, about your vehicle. What kind of vehicle do you have right now?
Right now, we have that's a 2001 van.
What kind of shape's that van in?
That old brown van?
Yeah.
You still got that thing?
Yeah, still got that thing. It's,
How is it?
it could be upgraded, yeah.
Okay, what vehicle did you have before that vehicle?
It was a white SUV.
It's like a 2005 Ford Explorer, I think. Yeah, one of the old sheriff's cars, if I'm not mistaken.
It wasn't ours, they purchased it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, and how was that vehicle purchased, do you know? Do you recall?
I found out later that it was donation from veterans, part of it, and then the county paid the rest of it.
Well, it's my understanding that it was paid for by donations from other veterans and other sources. So the way I see that, that is the veteran's vehicle,
Okay.
okay? I won't tolerate our veterans being disrespected or, that's your vehicle, sir. Okay? So I'd make a motion, or I move to get the Explorer back to the veterans, the VSO, effective immediately.
Okay, I'm gonna second that with discussion. I don't know if that's how we do it, Sheila, or not, but where is your vehicle, sir? Not the van, that van, I remember that van, that thing is like a dinosaur.
Yeah, it's pretty old.
Put that on the auction block too. Where's your vehicle?
Another department, the county. I was told the building department.
It is sitting on the empty lot, the gravel lot, everything's out of it
Okay, so when did everything get taken out of the vehicle?
at the beginning of the year.
At when?
At the beginning of the year.
Who, okay.
We took it out and put it back in our
Here's the issue. They come and got that vehicle in May of last year. Is that correct, sir?
Sounds right.
And you haven't had the vehicle back since?
No,
Do you need that vehicle, sir?
it would definitely be a help. At that time, we didn't need it.
Okay.
Because I was doing the position, we weren't transporting veterans to the appointments at that point. I didn't have enough people, didn't have drivers to take them. And that's what we didn't need it. Right now, we do have drivers. I've got a transportation coordinator on board, who's doing a fantastic job.
What? And I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm confused here just a tad bit. Why did they come and get your vehicle?
Can I help you?
Yeah, please, I need all help I can get.
The building department vehicle went down with the timing belt or timing chain problem. And at the time, we had no spare vehicles, even checked with the sheriff, they didn't have any, they were using their pool cars. So I had called Dennis and said, Dennis, do you need both of these vehicles? And he said, no, he doesn't need them right now. And I said, the building department needs to borrow that. Am I correct in that statement, Dennis?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, they needed to use it. So during that time that they were borrowing that vehicle, of course, we didn't know that it was donated by, the money was donated by veterans, had no idea. Dennis didn't even have any idea. That came up later on in the year. With that being said, a few months later, we told Susan to go ahead and get the Equinox or whatever they have repaired. I'm assuming it is repaired.
It is repaired, yes.
And I was assuming at the time that it was repaired, that that vehicle would be put back to Dennis. There was no communication there, zero. Didn't know the vehicle was done. Didn't know Dennis didn't have his other one back. So there you go.
You got your car back today.
Dennis, do you have any, Dennis, can I'm not done. I got to burn this out. How long's that Equinox been fixed?
I have to go back to the plane, I can't remember how long.
Back in the summer?
No, it was.
I mean, 2 months
It was September or October before we got it fixed, because it was quite a pricey fix for it.
Sure, I'm sure.
And I had to deplete several accounts to pay for it, and I needed to make sure I had the money to pay for it.
Right.
So we waited as long as I could to make sure all the other bills had been paid before that bill was paid.
Dennis, did you ever reach out to any of the commissioners and ask them about your vehicle? Like when you was gonna get it back, or what's
After I
going?
found out the veterans took the donations, I sent email to Gary. And I was also told that the county paid a good bit of it. In fact, I was told the veterans paid $10,800, I think, if I'm right, that's all.
I don't know, sure, sir, I'm not.
Joe, let me contact you. You were the liaison to the Veterans Office. Did you get any contact or email or text?
With any of this?
Yeah.
But I would like to make a suggestion.
Yeah.
If the sheriff's department's getting ready to get rid of something,
Yeah.
it happens to be better condition than what's,
They're awful. Some
Never
days
mind.
they won't-
Yeah, I see, I was going there,
Rob Peters paid for.
I was going to there, but he's got, well, he said his vehicle's
No,
going
I know the car was broken and used, I didn't know that it had not been.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
no
Certainly,
knowledge
the
of
man needs
commissioners
it
about
back, and it's
that.
sitting there empty, he should have it back.
So my next
Right.
question would be, and I wanna get done. God, I wanna get done. Who told you to clean out the vehicle and get it ready?
We just did it because our other one is in service, and it
Okay.
actually is cost us less to drive the Equinox because the Ford is quite expensive on gas. We spent more on gas driving it than the other one, so it was also a change for the better for us anyways, because it'll take fuel costs down, because I mean, the Equinox we've been band-aiding it for a long time, because we've taken it to the shop several times over the same issue. And then it was just finally, it was getting to the point that it was sounding bad when it was getting into it. So it was better to, instead of him getting stuck out somewhere, to try to find a way to fix it, and that's why.
Okay. So, with all that being said, Dave made a motion to get the vehicle back to you today, sir.
Okay.
Today.
Sir,
I just wanted to bring up that van that's getting talked about real bad, the brown van.
It's junk.
Owen County honor garbage on Member Road. We use it, and it's plenty good enough for us.
Okay.
And we spent some money on repairing
Yeah.
some brakes or something at the highway department. They donated their time to make it safe.
Seemed like that van come from the sheriff's office. I don't know if that's the case or not,
I
maybe
can
not.
speak to the repair of the van. The van came to the highway,
Didn't matter.
actually. Commissioner Burton contacted me, said that, there was issues with that van and it was unsafe. There was a small budget. Could I have my head mechanic get more time to look at it? Did look at it, figured out what it needed. We didn't pay for the repairs.
Okay.
We just turned the repairs in. We did the work at the highway department. It needed everything there was to do with the brake.
Oh, I'm sure.
From the very beginning.
Yeah.
So that's the type of work that we did to get it operable, but it had been down. By the time we got hold of it, that had been down a long time.
Okay, thank you. So it's still usable for you right now?
It's great.
Yes, sure.
What's the status of the vehicle that he's getting? I mean, is it in good?
Yeah, it's been maintained, it's regular oil changes. I believe I
And you put a set of tires on it too, if I'm not
yeah, I
mistaken.
put a new set of tires for my
I don't know,
put a new
right.
set of tires on it and all of that. And
This
it's,
vehicle's gotta go to Indianapolis Veterans Hospital.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or tear it
Sure
up.
don't want it to break down.
No.
That's right.
Because there's people with health issues, he's starting up there.
Right.
Being down on the side of the road, ain't
no, this one didn't have any issues, it just takes a lot of gas.
Does it need to be inspected or serviced or anything like that to go through? I'm like sheriff, I don't want you on the road with something that's gonna cause issues. I mean,
It'd be a great time for a grant writer to find a nice wheelchair accessible van.
There you go.
Yeah.
grant writer turned out, that's good.
I'm no grant writer, see now.
Yeah. See, you're not writing nothing down, so that's a good point, though. It would be a good time to look in, try to find a van or something that would help that. But make sure that the car that you get back is drive it, tested, appropriate, and get the decal on, it needs to be on it, or whatever it is. Is your decal covered up by the building department decal?
No, that's
Gone?
ours was a stick.
Okay, so if you get the vehicle checked out, sir,
Okay.
in its entirety, top to bottom, make sure it's, like the sheriff says, it's roadworthy to transport people, then if it is, then we'll address maybe getting a decal for it or something like that that corresponds to the disabled American veterans.
You know, before we close on this, Dennis, I just want to say you've done an outstanding job down there. The compliments, can't say enough about you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. And the veterans, I'm sure, appreciate it as well.
Jack, sorry, let you out. Your vehicle. You talked to me about looking at a different decal, is that correct?
Yeah.
Help
Chris
me.
and I were ever in love with the idea of my vehicle matching the EMS. That's what we was told to do. Chris sent the design, and I took it over and had it put on. People every day confuse EMA and EMS, and that didn't help the situation any. And
I confuse them both too, so sorry, no, I know what you're saying. So,
I called you and got it taken care of.
okay, so you have money for that and stuff like that? Okay. Anybody right now got to say before I bring the county highway up? Anybody in the public want to say anything? Because I got to address the county highway some issues. Yes, Matt?
I'll address the county highway. I want to call Chad and Greg and the guys. I think they did a phenomenal job with this last snowstorm. And this is my going on 18th year. It's probably the best response that I've seen to a snow event. I spent, the sheriff did take a lot of time out, just checking county roads and stuff. I think they did a phenomenal job.
That's off to us. Okay, Greg.
Gentlemen, I don't know where you want to start. I've got,
At the very last, that way we can get done.
okay. Little update on the storm. Jack and I worked close together throughout the storm, stayed in contact with all three of you commissioners by text throughout the storm. I know David was out running the roads during the storm. We had a success, I think, for two reasons. I think people heeded the warning that the storm was coming. And gentlemen, they stayed off the roads. Then, my crew is exceptional. I'm still down people, and I don't stand up for them any day of the week for the things they're asked to do.
How many you down, Greg?
I am down 2 operators, laborer, and a secretary.
Say again, 2 operators and what?
2 operators, laborer, and a secretary. I'm still using part-time people right now, which I would usually have them off, but I'm leaning heavily on them because they'll come to work.
Okay.
We ran 16 trucks, a tractor, and 2 road graders. I think unlike other agencies, we didn't wait till the snow was done. We have, because of emergency services, always had a crew out to keep ambulance, sheriff's departments, police moving all that we could. So we were out from the time the storm started, and we're still working on that storm cleanup today. I had 3 guys stay with me 36 hours. Now, we have cots, they weren't out, but they go home. And that was Chad, Jeremiah Hutcherson, and Wally Burdine. And I appreciate being able to have those guys do that. Again, they were able to rest, but they slept on the cots and stayed with me. We also have to thank residents, farmers for assistance, because they got out there and they worked on the roads and helped out a great deal. They helped in some areas get it open the first time, because we ran onto those where we would come up and we were able to widen and go on. Another thing with this particular storm, we waited to what I thought was the very last minute and got out and pre-treated. And the roads that we pre-treated did wonderfully in healing up and going on, being able to up here to have the snow gone. We're still working on some of the slush issues today. I will say gravel roads are tough right now, gentlemen. It's so cold, the gravel doesn't want to come out of the dump truck. We do not have a dry storage for our rock for the winter season. And we are struggling right now with that. Our old building had to be torn down because it was falling down. It's been talked about, but gentlemen, we need dry storage for rock because we would be way ahead right now if we could spread some stone. Then if anybody was crushing, nobody's crushing because of the temperature. Because if you could get stone right off the belt, you can proceed. So what we're doing now is we're using straight sand on the gravel roads through the spreader boxes. What we do know is if you use calcium chloride or salt on those roads, moisture will come up in the road in the spring and there'll be nothing but mush. And we lose greatly there. Now, under certain circumstances, I have to do that, and we'll just have to fix it in the spring. We try not to do it just totally. I will have you, by the next meeting, a full account of what occurred during the storm. We did have several slide-offs with our trucks. Ride towing kept us moving. We made several truck repairs on the fly right in our shop. I know you all know that because I let you know that that occurred. Yesterday, I know Sam and Gary know this. I don't know that David does because I spoke to Sam and Gary both yesterday. Stopped to get a sandwich. Got back out, my truck wouldn't go in gear. I give it a jerk because I thought it was frozen, and my truck was right at 50,000 miles, the gear shift broke off. So it is under warranty, and I don't know if it's at Curry Buick now because that's where it came from, but if not, it should be there before the day's out.
I got an email from them yesterday afternoon that it was in the service circle, so,
Okay.
yeah, they have received.
We are prepping for winter storm core at this time. I've got guys out trying to move snow as far back as they can because we've got to have a place to put the snow.
How much snow we supposed to get, anybody heard? Let's shoot 5 inches. Praise God, hope snow butt deep to a draft.
Yes.
Let's throw that out there.
But again, guys, this is going to be an expensive one. It's going to be a lot of overtime,
Yeah,
a lot of material.
sure.
Whatever we gotta do to keep the roads safe for the public is what we have to do.
Then, I've always kept a full salt barn. And I will say that I've got less salt on hand than I've ever had right now. And it was full when we started. We have what will be up to 15 semi-loads ordered. I confirmed that before I walked to this meeting, which will be within the budget of $40,000 that we've budgeted for salt and sand, and they will start delivering that Monday.
You got enough to get you through the weekend?
I have plenty to get me through the weekend. I get nervous when that barn gets
Well, I don't blame you. Yeah,
it gets
understand.
low at all, because when I first took over, I came in and we didn't have enough salt and sand in that barn to do one storm event. So I keep it full.
Was you able to get plenty of loads of sand out of Martinsville the last few days?
Yeah, we ran all day yesterday hauling sand out of Rogers and Martinsville. But since we're trying to use it on the gravel, we're using it just as hard as we're bringing it in. But we have some there that I have no doubt will make it through the event.
Okay.
Now, what we do, gentlemen, is we put down a mixture of rock salt and sand. We were putting down 3 to 1 because of the temperature drop. We've had to heat that up a little bit. It's now 2 to 1 because we were running into problems with the salt freezing in the boxes.
We had a report that you were spreading glass.
Yeah, we did have a report. We were spreading glass.
Attaboy, appreciate it.
I can provide a bill of lading for anything that comes into that garage, and I guarantee you we didn't.
Yeah, I know.
We were not spreading glass.
I got a kid. I thought maybe we was recycling or something.
Yeah. No. The next thing, gentlemen, that I have, and unfortunately, this just comes at this time of year, and I finally got a quote back from one of the asphalt companies, but I've been in the middle of applying for the Community Crossing 2025-1 grant.
Thanks, sir.
You're required to ask for this grant process for quotes. You have to have at least 2 returned, and I do have 2 returned. The grant opened on January 1st. It closes the last day of this month. It's a $1.5 million grant. We've always been successful in getting it. I started working on this a couple of months ago. The prior set of commissioners chose the roads, but the one thing that I will be required to do is have a letter produced by Sheila for you all to sign that commits us financially to our portion of the Community Crossing grant, which our portion this year will be $500,000. That is been appropriated graciously through the county council the last couple of years through the lit edit. It's not come out of the highway fund, and that has been done again this year, commissioners. You'll also have in front of you what I sent out to the asphalt vendors that I requested quotes back from. And I will just go over the roads. Project 1, that would be in Commissioner Risk District, would be Pleasant View Road to Croft Road. Project 2 would be in Commissioner Risk District, Croft Road to Foreman Road. And gentlemen, the reason that is split, the road is wider in the first portion.
Right.
So I chose to do it that way. Project 3, Class Road, is in Commissioner Risk District. The rationale behind paving Glass Road, which is, it is in deplorable shape. There is a new bridge being built there now. It's under construction, scheduled to be completed sometime in the near future. Project 4 is Kelly Road from State Road 246 to Denmark Road, Commissioner Risk District. Project 5, Hollybrook Road, Commissioner Burton's District, from State Road 67 to State Road 67. Project 6, in Commissioner Hobbs's district, Pea Ridge Road from Pottersville Road to Timber Ridge Road. Project 7 in Commissioner Hobbs' district is Freedom Road from the railroad tracks at State Road 67 to New Hope Road, and then pick up again at Vilas Road to Fraysville Road. That would be Project 8. Project 9 would be in the unincorporated town of Freedom, would be Pearl Street there, and it's from Freedom Arnie Road to Spring Street, and that is the short street there by the community center. A little rationale, commissioners, just so you know, that the community center floods often. The road is, thought is to pitch the road the other direction to get the water away from the community center.
Off the other side.
And that is a small project. And then Project 10 is Anderson Road from State Road 246 to Newport Road. As you look, I still expect 2 more proposals to come in, but they're usually all over the place. There was one from, a quote from Milestone in the neighborhood of, where is that?
It's on the back page of that, I think, Greg, the very last page.
$2,009,995. That is, gentlemen, real close in the ballpark, so I am going to tell you that when it comes time and we put this out for public works bid, I feel without a doubt that it'll come in under the 2 million mark. The one from E&B Paving, it was 2,200,000, 293825.25. I think both of them will come in. I mean, it's a quote proposal. Every county that applies for community crossing has to use those.
Yeah.
I would, if you wish to wait till the next meeting, I will need a signed letter from all 3 of you in that next meeting, because deadline is the 31st.
That'd be fine.
So I ask that we be able to proceed with the community crossing projects, and if you do, I'll need a letter from Sheila saying that we have the money, our part of the money to do it.
Sure. I make a motion to proceed with the community crossing program as listed.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, I will need a date. United Consulting is our vendor for bridge inspections. We use them to keep in compliance with the Federal Traffic Administration, because bridges are required to be inspected, and if we stay compliant, then we are reimbursed for a portion of those inspections. They need a date because they have completed their current requirement, and they need to do a presentation to this board. And they are prepared to do that, but we could put it off, I would say no more than March.
Sometime in February.
Well, we got the 6th, or would be the 20th in February, and then March will go to the Monday meetings, you know what I'm saying?
Let's try to February 20th. You gotta have it done before March, correct? You wanted to say?
I think
Sooner the better.
March is fine, but the quicker we have the information, the better we are, because it's going, It's gonna tell us whatever repairs we need to make, whatever we do to mitigate, any of the issues out here.
Let's do it February 20th. That'll be our second meeting in February.
Pardon?
February 20th, 6 p.m.
And the only other thing, we are in compliance commissioners with NDOT. We are in compliance with the Federal Traffic Administration, and we're in compliance with our associate with Purdue LTAP.
Praise God. That's good.
That is all I have.
Were we able to get the bridge up there on 14, the headache rack back on that
I'm
bridge?
sorry, yes. Bridge 14, the historic bridge was opened on January 31st. Saturday, last Saturday. I received a call that a FedEx box truck tried to cross it and just tore the I-beam barrier down. It is repaired, and that information has been passed on to law enforcement.
They did a report and stuff, I believe you said.
Yes. It happened the day before the storm, so we made a quick repair. The barrier is still there. There needs to be some adjustment made, but we'll be able to do that without a problem as soon as we slow down a little bit.
Did we ever get, I think you said it was turned over to the prosecutor, the original person or company that damaged this bridge to begin with? Did we
did
ever
not.
follow
The
up
only
on
thing I
that?
can tell you is it started to be investigated with the sheriff's department. They decided, and I can't, between the police officers, I can't tell you how this happened. It was turned over to Trooper Randall Van Arsdale, who I know investigated it. I know viewed video because somebody has a home video there and he saw photographs of the truck, etc. And I know he was going to turn it over to the prosecutor, and know Dana Kerr was going to deal with this situation too, but I cannot tell you where we're at in regard to money return on that situation.
Ryan, do you have any update on this or know anything about it?
I'll just turn it over to Randall because he's CBED certified, commercial motor vehicle certified.
Maybe we can touch, I can touch base with him.
I can call.
But you call him and find out where it's at.
And gentlemen, while I'm bringing this up, this is about a $1.5 million bridge or somewhere in that ballpark on this county side or state side price. Now, federal government was considerably more, but we need to make sure that we're getting reimbursed for this historical bridge some way, somehow, if possible.
I've talked to Randall several times in regard to this situation. I know he has worked on it diligently.
Just kind of find out where he's at with it. So
I'll see
Sheriff
what I
White said
can
he
find
would too.
Okay, thank you.
Greg, me and you've had numerous conversations in the last year or maybe longer. Chad and you and I have had a couple conversations. And the reason I'm bringing this up, guys, is as we know, there's been some incidents or issues, I don't know what the proper word, that's been brought to my attention concerning.
I couldn't hear what you said, I'm sorry. The last part.
There's been some incidents of concern brought to my attention concerning the county highway. Commissioner Lowell, he's still here. Yeah, they brought a couple concerning things to my attention. Is that correct, Mr. Lowell?
That's correct.
So, Greg and Chad, Dave is your liaison. As I mentioned earlier, I have stacks of stuff, you know what I'm saying? And Greg, we've touched base on some of these issues that has transpired. Good, bad, and ugly. Some of it's been downright ugly. And with that being said, I'm going to have you two Commissioner Risk, County Attorney. You're gonna get together and have a meeting, what I call a come to Jesus meeting. Because what I have, I want to make sure matches up to what you have and recall and things that have transpired. I want this to be cleared up. If I don't know if I'm saying the right words. I think you've had some concerns, Greg. Commissioner Lowe has had some concerns. He brought to me some concerns. And Chad, we've had a couple conversations. And I recall those conversations because I have those conversations with me. I do not like, I'm just not good at words. I don't like the way things have went. Whether it be legal issues, personal issue, whatever the case may be, but we will not move forward with this type of behavior. And I'm not blaming anybody, but I want these things looked at in full scope. The Commissioner Risk, the County Attorney, and myself, that if I need to be involved, he's the liaison, and I want things brought to light. And Greg, we've talked about this, and I know you've had some things that you want to get off your chest for quite some time. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And I believe Joe Lowe has some things that he'd like to talk about as well. Is that correct, Joe?
Yeah, it would be unfair for you to face any decisions on any of what you're in discussion of now
Yeah.
without my involvement,
Thank
because
you.
I was deeply involved in it.
Yes, you was.
Now, I hate to be drugged back into this, but
It's gonna happen.
that's just how it is.
It's gonna happen. And Chad, I think you probably got a couple concerns, or may have had a couple concerns that is going to be discussed in its entirety with you, sir, Mr. Risk. And Greg, I want you to get with the county attorney today. And you can set up a meeting with Risk. Now, Dave is off on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, so if you could set it up on a Thursday or Friday. I want this done ASAP. Okay? And I'm not going to say any more about it because I was told not to say too much other than get the meeting set up. I want this rectified, and it's going to be. Rest assured, one way or another, this is going to be corrected. Fair enough? Is that fair to you, Chad and Greg? Joel? I don't want this discussion that's in this meeting, it's a public meeting, everybody knows what's going on and stuff like that. Do not, when you leave here, you don't talk to nobody about it. Everybody, it's in the public, but you don't have to talk about it anymore. You're gonna have a meeting with the county attorney and your liaison. And whatever long it takes, it's however long it takes. They'll come back with their findings and we'll proceed with the findings. Before I became county commissioner, I was asked a lot of questions. Of course, you know, I was sheriff for 8 years, and believe me, I'm not the sheriff anymore. I'm not. I'm a commissioner. The sheriff is sitting right there. I direct my calls when it comes to sheriff's stuff. I get them all the time. Please call Sheriff White, call Chief Deputy Matt Miller, stuff like that. I'm the commissioner. So, and the reason I'm saying that is I'm not going to use my past experience as being a sheriff to make any determinations of what's going to happen here. That's his job and his job. I'm staying out of it because I don't want anybody to think, well, you know, you're just using your authority to do this or do that. I'm not doing that. I don't want to do that. If the sheriff needs to be involved, he'll be involved. But there's some things that have went on there's some things that may still be going on that will no longer be going on when this is done. Rest assured of it. Everybody understand what I'm saying without opening up a can of worms? It's gonna be rectified. And you both, we've had these conversations. And I think the world of you. I think the world of everybody. But I will not tolerate people being mistreated. Not one instant of it. I want it fixed. You get with the county attorney, Greg, and like I said, we've already had our discussions. I know where you're at with this. Chad, I know where you're at with the conversations that we've had. We mentioned this earlier in the meeting. We're getting ready to close so we can all go home or do what we need to do. Hearsay is just hearsay. It's crap. You can tell me anything you want to tell me. It's just hearsay, right, sir? But what's on documented papers and signed is more than hearsay. And if there's any issues that need to be uncovered, further issues, Greg, maybe I don't know about or just happened, please give it to the county attorney and to Mr. Risk. You too, Chad. Because rest assured one thing, there's going to be a resolve to this. And it's going to happen relatively soon, because I'm not going into 6 months down the road wondering about the same old things, the same song and dance, hearing this and hearing that. I'm just not going to put up with it. I want it fixed. You have any comment, Greg? Do you agree with what I said?
I do.
You brought up another issue we talked about privately that I want you to address with the county attorney as well. I believe you know what that is.
Yep.
I'm talking to Dave about that, get it handled. And Joel, you'll be involved in just about all of this. So I want you to come to the meeting. You guys, you 4 or 5 get together when this meeting's over and figure out a date. Try to do it on Thursday or Friday, because he's off on Thursdays and Fridays right now. And I don't care if it takes you all day. I want this resolved. If it's not, I will resolve it. Simple as that. But I trust you, I trust the county attorney, Dave, to get this resolved. Any questions for that? You guys agree? Chad, you agree? Greg? Joe? So be it. Auditor comments, I bet you, oh, wait a minute, no public comments. Public comment, anybody? Yeah, no. Any public, no? Yes, Al?
Like it or not, and we've had conversations, all this, Facebook, social media, whatever the case may be, it is what it is. We don't have a local newspaper. That's the way people communicate. That's the way people get out. I agree with you 100%. They should come to meetings, they should make their statements and whatnot and everything else. But it's there, it's in place, you're not going to change it. I hope this new administration takes it upon themselves not to make inappropriate comments about your constituents and your taxpayers because of something that they've said, whether it's right or wrong, on social media. There have been some significant comments made about taxpayers and your constituents, including not knowing their ass from a hole in the ground because of something that they posted on Facebook. That is their right, their federal right. And I hope this new administration.
Now, you're saying we've done that?
No, sir. Not this
Okay.
administration.
Oh, okay.
I just hope, agreeable or not to it, not agreeing with what they say or what they don't say or whatever the case may be, I hope those kind of things don't continue in this new year.
Well, coming soon to a theater near you. Yeah. We're going to rework the web page, the Facebook page, It's coming.
The loss of the county highway page is significant. Other counties have discussed, what in the heck would you lose your county highway page for?
It's, and I'm glad you brought it up, it's a work in progress with the web page and the Facebook page and stuff like that. We're going to, we have to be professional, and we're gonna be professional. Leave it at that, but that's coming. Any other public comment? I know we've been here a long time. First couple of meetings, 2 or 3 meetings are gonna be kind of long, but Kirby, I want to thank you for coming. I do have a request from you. I don't know what your title is, Mr. Stockstone. What is your title for the town?
It's a town council administrator.
That's a big one. Do they pay you for that whole entire title?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to, if you'd send me the meetings for the council,
I will.
days and times, because in several years past, there's been no communication or very little between the county and the town.
Absolutely.
Folks, we gotta work together. And that is a commitment I made a long time ago, that we're gonna work with the town and the county council and the Gosport council too, because we need to all interact together. We're all on the same team. So, elected officials, department heads.
Yeah, I got something, in our EMAC and LEPC meeting last night, the town council representative expressed the exact same thing. He hoped that the commissioners and the council would have more and better communication with them in the future. So I think that's a very good step we can make.
Rest assured that, Mr. Stocksville, it's gonna happen. It's going to happen.
Thank you, sir.
And I know Chief Miller's already mentioned this, but great job with the county highway. You know, I mean, everybody can see what they've done, but the communication that Greg had with me over the weekend and before, you know, to get ready was excellent. I think that I don't think they could have done a much better job. They got 10 or 12 inches dumped on there, and the cold temperatures following that right up, and they did a great job. Thank you guys for everything.
Yes, appreciate it again, Greg and your team. Department heads, Sheriff, you got anything you need, buddy? Are we moving forward with the jail project? I know we had a meeting at school. Where are we going? Where are we at now, folks?
I would like to talk to the council in their next meeting about proceeding into the USDA loan. Start the funding. Without the money, obviously, we can't do anything, so.
Is that gonna be on the Monday night meeting?
Yes, it's on the agenda, and we were kind of waiting for the environmental study, and, you know, once that came in, that took a while, so.
Sure.
Because you have to have an environmental study to be able to get a USDA loan.
Well, Sheriff, I know we've had some discussions about the jail, and, you know, my thoughts early on was what I wanted to do, but that's changed, you know what I'm saying? That's why I tell people I'm not the sheriff no more. The sheriff knows what he needs, and if the sheriff needs something, it is my duty. I want everybody to understand the public safety is number one. Sheriff's ideas of jail, my ideas of jail is two different. It's just two different administrations, but he's the sheriff, and he decides that he needs this, it's gonna be that. I'm gonna do everything I can to accommodate you, sir. That's what I'm supposed to do. But we have a budget, we're gonna have a budget, and we gotta be within that budget, we gotta be within that budget, and we gotta get the ball rolling on financing, because, you know, it's gonna take a while to get that done, but we need to proceed with that. And Kirby, I know you're involved in a lot of this stuff that's going on with the sewer and water and stuff like that. We gotta get all of our ducks in a row, or whatever you wanna call it. But the only way we're gonna be able to do that is we're all gonna be together and talk about it, and I don't want to backlog this project at all. We got to move forward. Sheriff's got to have a jail. I understand that totally.
On that topic, Sam, with the redevelopment commission, which has been dealing with the land transfer and all that, that's going to have to come. That board's going to have to be reappointed sooner than later, so that can continue the survey.
Yeah.
That is slowing that project down as well.
as of right now, they can continue with the board that they have. With the people that's on the board, they can continue their process.
Then you need to connect with Craig and let him know we can reschedule that next meeting.
Absolutely, then we'll make the appointments and whatever date I told you. And I don't want to delay anything with the jail. It's been delayed for
14 years.
Thank you, 14 years. It's not bad. The only other comment I have on the February meeting, whatever day it is, February 6th or whatever it is, the building department needs to be here, you and Gary both. We're going to address a couple things from the building department. Just want to make sure both ends are here on that meeting. We'll just talk about it. The radio tower project. I see some eyes. We have no intentions of delaying the radio tower project. None. I had a meeting with Jack White and I can't remember the guy's name.
Terry Burnworth.
Terry?
Terry Burnworth.
Today, had a real good meeting. I believe the unions are having a meeting next week on this. I want the advisory board is it correct? Advisory board's meeting with us on the tower. The advisory board, Dale Walker, is he still here? Did he leave? Okay. All of them just need to know that this is in your wheelhouse. This is something unions need to, everybody come together on, talk about, all the players to be on this, and bring it to us. I think there's two different ways we could go. Bring us the recommendations. I believe Paulie is supportive of the tower project, a radio, and I think Joe, I'm not gonna throw Joe under the bus. I'm gonna throw Joe under the bus.
Does anything change in the plan since looking at the new 911 director?
So, but that'll be discussed. Was that gonna be discussed at your Monday night meeting too, the radio tower project, Paulie?
It's on the agenda.
That's just, if the 911 advisory board could be there at the meeting to answer any questions, please do so. Somebody, Kirby, if you could be there as well. I want this to continue to move along. I do have the funding issues got to be worked out between the council and how the auditor's office, where the money's coming from. It was brought to my attention just a second, I'll be with you just a minute. At the last commissioners meeting that they was gonna take some money from the storage unit fee money. I will not support that, ever. It's not gonna happen. They was gonna take $100,000 of that money to use for the tire project. Unless I am convinced overwhelmingly by 99.9% of the people that's got anything to do with this, I won't support that, and I'll tell you exactly why. Back when I was sheriff, we finished paying off the loan for the property, $82,000 or $87,000. Is that correct, Chief? We had budget crisis and yada yada. So we bought that property to build the jail on. At the time, it was my understanding that that money would be used, that was getting from the storage units, to be utilized to the jail project, future jail project, sheriff's needs, or a jail project. That was my understanding, my total understanding. Until I found out about a year ago or so, however long it's been, that it's not. It funds the building department. Got a burr under my saddle. That money, and however we got to do it, I'm not nothing against the building department. Don't mean it that way. That money is going back to that man. He's got a $25 million jail project, plus all the other expenses, and we don't know what's going to happen. We need every dime we can get to fund this jail project. Is that correct, Sheriff?
Sir.
It's my understanding that there is money available between auditor and the council about the radial tower project that can be utilized. That's for you guys to work out. I'm just gonna have it funded, you know, because I don't want to delay the tower project, because I know it's very important. Chad, correct? Joe, Sheriff, all you guys? We're not gonna delay any of it. But I will not support taking the commissary money, the storage unit money out of that to fund the jail project, or the radio tower project. That money, I'm making a motion. Right now, I don't have to create an ordinance how it's gotta be done. The money that's in, we don't have to do it today. I'm just gonna bring it up. We'll figure out the details later on. That money's gonna be used for the jail project.
When the I don't know who the commissioners were, I think Donnie was, I don't know who all was, back when that was originally done, there was never any ordinance put together to where that fund was supposed to go, from what I understood. Is that correct?
We have not been able to find
I didn't
one.
think so.
However, per State Board of Accounts, you would have had to have something to create the storage fund.
The storage fund.
So there is, an ordinance to amend where the funds are going. You also have to keep in mind that they funded the enforcement officer and 10,000, give or take, for Suzanne's position out of that fund this year. So there's currently $162,000 in there, so you'll have to reserve that amount unless council wants to pay it from somewhere else. But an ordinance to utilize the rest of the unappropriated.
And we're gonna have to dissect that, ball, some of that, inner workings, all that, and Suzanne and all that stuff like that. But the storage unit fee money is going to the sheriff.
Yeah, and I have no problem with that at all. This just never was established.
And
That's the
I
problem.
thought there was, Gary, because I know when Chief Deputy and I, when we had the county bankruptcy and we agreed to pay the loan off, and I don't know, maybe it's just me, because that was one of the purpose for us buying the property, was to build the jail, and the income from the storage units was to help facilitate the new jail project. It only makes sense. I don't, Molly? No, sorry.
I just want to say, that was done before I came on, but I absolutely 100% agree with you.
Thank you. So we'll get it rectified, worked out, Sheriff, but that's gonna be whatever money you can get, sir, whatever you can get to help facilitate your new facility.
Sam, that probably should have been done when that was taken away from Vortec, that was the managing company.
Yeah.
That was probably where things got messed up, because they were managing those funds and taking 20%. We took that back away from that company and brought it in-house.
Right.
And it just so happened that the building department was taking care of those units.
Okay.
So that's why.
Okay.
It just needs fixed.
We're gonna fix it. So that, you know.
Are you in commissioner comments, or where are we at here on
I
this?
don't even know what day it is.
Sam, I apologize.
No, I'm sorry, you had your hand up,
I'd like to
yeah.
interject for one thing. Before you move forward any further with the radio project or anything else, I have asked several individuals involved whether or not the contract with Mr. Burnsburg, who I have full belief is doing a great job and will do a great job. But nobody can seem to answer whether or not his contract has been fully vetted to make sure that everything that's in there, you know, whose responsibility is what.
Okay.
I've asked several times, you know, what if there's fine print somewhere that says, hey, if it don't work out, tough, and nobody can seem to answer the question.
I did receive a contract from him yesterday that I had pulled. I've read it, but I'll be honest with you, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I'm not.
That's
So,
what I'm paying this gentleman for.
well, that's what I'm saying. He's gonna have to review it and see where we stand with,
Just want to make sure we don't get stuck in the end where it's like, hey, no, I'm sorry, that's not my problem.
I know that the contract was for $50,000 to pay him. He's been paid $41,000 already. At least a little bit of money left over to pay him, $8,000 or $9,000. I have no idea what he's been paid for, what he's done, so on and so forth, but I will.
I believe there's more money, am I right? There's more money for him
moving forward.
They'll have to be if he's gonna continue the project.
Yeah, I'm certain there is. I just would like to make sure from a taxpayer standpoint
That's,
that he covers what he's supposed to cover.
that's the reason we
I think
got,
what Alan's asking, is there a radio coverage percentage in his contract? 95% of the county is gonna be covered by portable radio, is that what you're asking, Alan?
Well, yeah, that's part of it.
Hold his feet to the fire for
Yeah,
what he designed
yeah, I
and
just want to
built?
make sure that
I,
somewhere in there
I-
that he's not able to come back and say.
I cannot answer, the contract's about this thick. I can't answer it. It's got some legal stuff in it that's way above my wheelhouse, but that's the reason we got him for 6
And
months.
no disrespect to him, I think he's gonna do a great job, and if he's doing a great job, just don't want us to find out in the end, you know.
We've had some issues with some, that stuff in the past, so I agree with you 100%. Commissioners, auditor, you got any, oh, sir, Sheriff?
One quick thing, sorry.
Yeah, no.
We recently had a lot of issues with fuel plow. We were down completely the last 2 days where we couldn't even get fuel.
That was actually an electrical issue.
While we're on that topic, dealing with that issue, we would like for the budget line of the fuel to be moved away from the sheriff's office. It made sense back in the day when the fuel tanks were on our property. It was right there. We're not even getting the invoices now. They will not bring the invoices. I've talked to the rep, I've talked to the hauler multiple occasions. They will not give us the invoices. They leave them outside in the box. Of course, it's weathered, and then we can't even read it. And I would like for us to see it either go somewhere else, and I don't know where, I don't even have a good suggestion where it should go. But it's a lot of extra work for my secretary when they're not even bringing her the invoices, and she's got to make all these phone calls to try to find out how much do we owe and who do we pay, because you've not given us anything.
That's a problem.
I would like for it to go somewhere else. It's a lot of work, and she's overworked anyway, as you well know.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Are you still using Keystone?
Keystone is the one, yes, Keystone. They
So
were
what-
co-alliance before.
Yeah, so we've switched to Premier at the Highway Department. You may want to look at that as an option. I think we're having pretty good success.
They
They
send
also
you-
have a card swipe.
They email you invoices or
They
send,
bring right in the door.
Do they? That's great. They let ours get weathered, destroyed.
We had vendor issues, it was put out for bid, and Premier prevailed. But I had to come before the board of commissioners and ask if I had fuel to work out of the road probably halfway through the year, because they weren't delivering fuel and they were running us out.
can you get a connection for the sheriff on Premier and let them talk and decide and tell them that we're not gonna have invoices set out in the rain for him? That's ridiculous. That's unprofessional.
And if we could, put it on the calendar to get that out of our hands. I don't know why we have to keep billing all the other departments for fuel reimbursements. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's been,
And on that note, I know that Donna had just sent all of those out, so maybe you department heads that haven't turned claims in yet, please, when you do, make sure you encumber whatever you have in your funds, as they are due. Some of them, I think they were already due.
that is a good thing to get worked on and get straightened out for sure.
And once again, and I know it was brought up once before, and I don't know if there's any difference now versus when we first asked, but it would benefit our agency greatly if we had fuel cards.
Glad you brought,
We tried that, it got into it very deep, didn't we, Sheila? Applied. According to this company, our credit rating is so bad they wouldn't issue us cards. And am I telling the truth?
Got a letter
Yep.
that says that we were denied.
I read the letter myself.
Actually,
We can't even get a credit
it
card to
came
buy
from the
you
state.
fuel.
Yeah.
And we're gonna build a jail.
Was it Lex?
Yes.
Well, let's look, let's try to find you a way to purchase fuel, sir. You gotta have fuel, I don't care where you're at.
Yeah.
I mean,
When we're up north and you're looking at, you're right on E, we still gotta get to Spencer to get fuel. And
E doesn't
you
stand
may-
for enough.
You may be in the northern part of the county, the southern part of the county for 10 straight hours because you're on a scene. I don't have the luxury, I can't always just go down to Spencer, I won't make it. My guys won't make it. It doesn't make sense.
We can't have first responders running out of fuel. That don't even make no sense to me.
Well, when you get a letter back saying your credit rating sucks,
Yeah, it was pretty shocking.
and you can't even get a credit card for the sheriff to get fuel, and we got to build a $25 million jail. I got a problem with that somewhere, so something's gonna have to give. We'll do what we can, Sheriff, to get you some,
We might want to look into a fleet card like through Shell or BP. There's something that, there in Cloverdale, we could look at that avenue and turn it in as a government
does
agency.
Premier have anything like that?
I'm sure they do. Country Mark talked about fuel cards.
Yeah, it's part of them.
Don't you have Country Mark in Worthington,
Okay.
Mill Grove, and in Spencer?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
You got 3 locations.
That would help you.
They'll help us greatly.
So,
Give him that information.
get,
Those locations are probably independently owned, but I'm sure that they can tie us together with that.
we'll help you any way we can, sir. Anybody else, any other auditors you got? Oh, boy.
You got blue sheets in front of you. They are actually the treasurer's bank statements. She does monthly bank statements. As you're looking through it, if you have any questions, call her. The only other thing I have is the DNR letter in front of you.
Yes.
I need you guys to give us a motion to distribute those monies evenly amongst the fire departments that are listed.
Do I have to read that?
I've got it here. Sheila had me deal with it. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fire departments. There's actually 8 on here, but I talked to Lee before the meeting, and there is no longer an Owen Valley Volunteer Fire Department. It's fire territory. So Sheila said the numbers that are on here, it's minute. It's $79.65, but it's going to roughly come up to about $100 per department to be distributed. So just need to make a motion to turn this money over, which I'll do, to all of the fire departments throughout the county. That's my motion. Bear second.
I second. All in favor?
Aye.
3-0. Anything else?
Sheila, you don't have nothing else?
County Attorney, do you have anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, sir.
I was down in your office, Sheila, and I
A
made.
wall, I need a wall.
Well, you have a lot of documents and a lot of taxpayers' information. And for me to be able to reach around behind and unlock your door, to me is not a good thing. So the maintenance guy says he has all the stuff down there already to build your wall. So I motion that we get with the maintenance guy and get a wall built down there to keep that area safe.
And I'll second that as long as we don't run into ADA issues. That's my only concern. We have to deal with counter height there. We have to deal with customers coming up to that counter, and it does fall in line with the ADA compliance. That is the only issue.
And the ADA gentleman was there at the time that Steve had the one partial wall that was up, and he went through. We've already moved the one counter that needs to be at the height. There are things on the backside of our counters that we're gonna have to fix to become compliant, but the wall and the counters themselves are compliant.
As long as we're compliant,
As long as we're
I'm
compliant.
good.
I second the motion to build a wall. I like Donald Trump. Let's build a wall.
Who we keeping out?
Call for a vote.
I'll call for a vote. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You done, David?
Dave, you got any comment? Gary, you got any comments?
I've got,
I just want to say again, thanks to the highway department, they did an outstanding job. And I want to say, any department heads in here, elected officials, me personally, I'm not going to tell you how to do your job. If you need help, by all means, come and ask. If I don't know, I'll find out and get back with you. But if you need something, let us know. That's all I have. Be patient with us. Okay, be patient. We got a lot to do in a short amount of time to do it.
all right. I got contacted by Jim Johnson from NDOT on Tuesday. We're expecting an email and a contract approval for Milestone to repair Little Flock Road that was destroyed during our bridge.
Praise God.
Yeah. So he said we should expect that sometime this week. He's attached to the email. This is coming out of Seymour, so expect it. Like you said, your office, myself was attached as well as him, to approve whatever it was, 250-some thousand per mile. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, expect that. Wanted to let the public know about that. We also have a landfill issue. There's been some water testing problems. It's got a high rate of nickel. I'm not a chemist, don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just telling you what I've been told. We're going to have to do some additional testing. We have asked for a 90-day extension because of the new board and trying to figure out how to pay for it. John Reeves has told me it's going to be roughly $15,000. We do have $6,200 left over in the landfill budget. So if we could get Sheila to encumber that. This came in before the end of the year. I don't know if we can actually have an invoice, but we got documentation John does through an email to do that.
I agree with encumber the money, because it's going to be done, whether we like it or not.
Exactly. But we might as well use the money that's there instead of asking council for additional funds.
Only other comment I have, and I'll reiterate once again, I know you guys get tired of listening to me, the same song and dance that we've had for so many years is over. New business, we're moving forward. I want everybody to work together, cooperate together. Got any questions? Everybody's got my phone number. You can call me anytime from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. Unless it's emergency, you can call me after that, or if it's highway, stuff like that. Other than that, don't. And people say, why is that? Well, I don't want to talk to you 2 o'clock in the morning.
That includes texting and.
Yeah, we got, I mean, if it's emergency, call me anytime, but I got an email last night at 10 till 10, wanting me to go through like a list of stuff before this meeting today. Not gonna happen. So, county, I want everybody to go home and have a good day, have a blessed week. God is in control. We are not.
Can I make a motion to adjourn?
Sir, I got a question.
Ernie?
The minutes for the December 18th, 2024 meeting were not read today. Are they going to be available someplace for the public?
We can get a copy of the minutes.
You have them? Good.
We wasn't here.
Can a copy be made available for the public?
Yeah.
Just go down?
Website.
I'm sorry?
They will be on the county website, and if the commissioners wish me to start printing out copies to make them available, I just hate wasting the paper. I would be more than happy to email them to anybody that asks.
If they're available on the website and known.
They should be available on the website.
Okay,
Absolutely. The only reason we didn't read them, we wasn't here for the approval. Gary had to approve the
Understand.
minutes on his own.
I understand.
So, anybody got anything, public? Yeah, oh, Brett.
Thank you for taking the time to right the wrong.
It's just tip of the iceberg. We're gonna gain a little more every meeting and throughout the week, and, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be very productive.
Appreciate you.
And we need the public's input on all this stuff. Thank you.
We need a second on the motion.
Second.
All in favor?
We got a motion to everything? Meeting's over.
Same by whatever.
Yeah, let's do it.
Regarding the UDO, do you want us to continue to proceed with our meeting, trying to make modifications?
Here's my stance on the UDO, and I'm not speaking for him. The UDO, we will not be adopting anything called UDO. Now, there's some good things in the UDO that need to be brought up, but they can be added to our current ordinance population that we have now.
I'm actually glad you said that.